it's over. Do you need anything like I need you?
Freedom? Come on! Let's go! What a shitty day! Someone crashed into my fucking car while it was parked in front of my house. Sideswiped. Oh! Yeah, it's one of those days where I won the shitty lottery. Dude, let's go. Oh! Dude, my neighbor's Ring camera picked it up. Let's go, Remus! You never will. Woo! Come on! Let's go! It's all right. At least we get to shit on some MAGA motherfuckers. That'll feel better. 'Cause I'm caught up in this perfection. Pay attention. And you never will. 'Cause you depend. So you always will. If you arrest yourself again, I'll help you clean up the mess. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did like I did. I wonder if you ever did, yeah. I wonder if you ever did. Let's go. All right. Dude, was it Elon, the ketamine-fueled Tesla? No, it was not. But it does not change the fact that I just want to be free. Yeah. Let's go. Free. For the car fixing funds and FDT. Let's go, thank you. I want to be free. FDT. 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 Yeah. Woo. Free. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude, I don't, let's go. You heard Trump with glitches and scream. Let's go! All right, yeah, so dude, it was a funny series of events. I was sitting down and I was getting ready to edit a video, right? And there was a knock on the door. And so, like, I wasn't going to go answer the door, right? Because I thought I knew who the knock was, and it was like something that I didn't need to answer. It's a start. Here we go, free. All right, let's go. All right, but anyway, to make a long story short, because we have someone in the neighborhood who sometimes like goes door to door, and I thought it was that person, and so I just wasn't going to answer it because... Right? But then they kept knocking. Dude, FDT, sorry about your car. Let's go. They kept knocking. And I was like, all right, so it's not this person. But to make a long story short, I went to the door and it was like this older woman. And so there was an 80-year-old woman driving this fucking SUV. And my car was like in the middle of the block. And so I don't know what happened. Right? somehow she was in the middle of the block and she just fucking sideswiped my shit, bro. Oh, fuck, dude. It's crazy. And no, at first I thought maybe she had been drinking, but the police sent not a cop, but we have like in Portland, we have these resource officers. Here's an example of defunding the police, right? Where they didn't send a cop, they sent a social worker, essentially, who came and like took everybody's information and shit. It's something we do here. There's no reason to send a cop to attend to a fucking traffic accident. Don't mean to laugh. No, I mean, it's pretty funny. Like my neighbor's Ring camera, you see the car, like her car was like up in the air and fucking went down. She like hit the back axle, went up in the air and then fucking went down and then scraped across the side of my car. And she's 80, dude. She probably shouldn't be driving, but she is insured. I don't know if my car's drivable. Like I moved it back and forth. There were like some trash bins and shit. Tomorrow I'll see if it's drivable. But dude, my poor car. Dude, you don't understand, guys. This car I've had it for 5 years. And it's only got 20,000 miles on it, okay? Because I don't drive a lot. You know what I'm saying? I don't drive a lot. And I'm obviously I'm a stream every day, but I bought this car after I blew up, like during my Fortnite blow up when I started like being in the money. So I bought this car and dude, it's now been hit twice. Right? Once was a hit and run. Somebody just smashed out my fucking front end. And that was during like right after the pandemic when the supply chains were down. And so my car was like at the shop for 3 months because there were parts that were like had not gotten produced. And now this, dude, it's so funny. And yeah, no, the old lady's okay. She's fine. She's fine. Right? But whatevs. Dude. Yeah, but you know what's fucked up though? Is the woman that was in the car with her was like, this is her second accident in a week. This old woman. Dude, is their second accident in 1 week? It's like, sister, it might be time to pack it in. You know? Dude, I'm bummed, man. Take that license. You have witnesses. I mean, I have a Ring camera video of it. And they're, like I said, a police resource officer or whatever came out and took the story. So, right. So there is a call report for the thing. Yo, Elite, what up, dude? Let's go. Thank you, boss. But yeah, no, so we're good. We're good. We're good. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. Dude, don't mention the Kia boys. No, the Kia shit, that shit hit Jenny's car, right? Right? That hit Jenny's car. Every time I say resource officer, I mean, that's just what I call it. They have a name. There's a name that is not resource officer, but I'm just calling it that, right? Yeah, no. Well, so the thing about this though, Eddie, you ready? So here's the thing is Eddie said at least she was responsible enough to not knock and run. But can I just tell you, they couldn't run because the front axle of her car was snapped. So their vehicle was stuck. They were outside like several hours later waiting for a tow truck. So even if they wanted to hit and run, there was no running that was happening from them because the ball joint or something in her front axle was snapped. So their car was out of commission, bro. It stopped running. Right? Dude, so funny. What did she do? Yeah, an 80-year-old woman hit and ran, sideswiped my car, or not hit and ran. She didn't hit and run. She stayed. She sideswiped my car veered to the side of the road and hit like my back axle. See, that's the thing I'm worried about is my back tire is like squished in. So it might not be drivable, but I mean, her insurance is going to take care of it. But yeah, dude. And she broke her axle on my car, dude. It's pretty crazy. The other company can set me up in a rental. Oh, they can, yeah. Dude, we'll see. Yeah, I have to talk to her insurance company. I actually called my insurance company first, but like, I don't want to file a claim with my insurance company. So yeah, it'll be fine. As long as there's no issue with their insurance, it'll be fine. Yeah, dude, Jenny's got, we live in a pretty urban environment, so these kinds of things happen. You know, these kind of things they happen, you know. Well, it's too late. I already told my agent, but I'm gonna call her company, right? Am I cancel her? Well, yeah, it doesn't matter if they cancel her, right? She was insured when the accident happened. If they cancel her, their insurance company is still liable. You know, your cat passed. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Dude, we live in an urban environment. This kind of shit happens. Now, let me just say this, okay? Let me just tell you. See, I think this is an example, though, right? Here's an example of, I think, the sort of, like, how, I want to do an example of, like, politics, okay? Because if I were a right winger, okay, I feel like a right winger would find some way to be mad at the government about this. They would be like, oh my God, like these Democrats have been spending too much money helping drug addicts and not enough money on fucking rooting out like bad people that are too old to drive, right? Oh, they didn't send me a police officer. They sent like one of these imitation cops, right? This is the kind of shit where something bad happens to people and they fucking start blaming it on the government, right? Dude, what the fuck, bro? Miss Goodlife, the lady opened the driver door, fell out of her car, got run over by the rear tire. Dude, that's horrible. That's brutal. Oh, man, dude. Yeah. So the thing that I was really bummed about, the thing that I was really bummed about was I just fucking, I didn't get to edit another video because this chewed up like a chunk of the evening, which was annoying, right? Songs and singing are awesome. Thanks, James. Glad you like it. Dude, yeah, I bet that was crazy to watch, right? That had to be nuts to watch a car like jump curbs and shit like that. Like, dude, what the fuck? I think that would be fucking like bizarro, you know? You're driving in front of someone and they fall out and the car drives over them. Yeah, 80-year-old lady, well, she couldn't run. She couldn't run because her axle was broken, right? Your grandma cried like a baby when she got her car taken away. Yeah, dude, nobody wants to like take someone's car away, but if you're driving around like smashing into people, you got to put that shit under wraps, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just a tough spot. Nobody wants to give up their license, but you can't have somebody on the road, that is, you know what I mean? You don't want to have somebody on the road who's getting into a car accident every week, bro. That shit is, you're going to kill somebody. You know what I mean? You think she would have taken off? I mean, I don't know. I doubt it, but you never know. You know, second accident in a week, you never know. Your kids recognize me from Fortnite videos. Oh shit, that's funny, Daniel. Yeah, that's going to be happening a lot, guys. As I grow in the politics space, people are going to be watching me and their kids are going to come in and be like, I know that guy. Dude, the worlds collide. They do. Let me just tell you this. You ready for this? So, you know what happened to me after I blew up in Fortnite? Was for like several months. Dude, let's go. Ash, let's go. Thank you. So, for several months after my shit blew up in Fortnite, I was getting calls from people I went to high school with, right? People that I hadn't talked to in like 30 years, right? Were calling me up. And they were like, dude, I'm like, my kid is on TikTok in the backseat of the car at the drive-thru laughing his ass off. And I'm like, dude, what's so funny? And they show me the video and he's like, it's you. What the fuck is going on, bro? Dude, it's so funny. People were calling me all the time being like, dude, why are my kids watching you fucking play Fortnite? Like, what the fuck is happening, dude? Dude, it's so funny, bro. And then like one of them is one of my bandmates, okay, was a drummer from Manchester and England. And his son got like way into my Fortnite content, and his dad saw it and was like, dude, I know that guy. And his kid is like, you do not. And he's like, I shit you not. I fucking know that guy. I was in a band with that guy. And his kid is like, you are fucking lying. He's like, watch. And he fucking called me and was like, yo. Dude, it's hilarious. Dude, all of a sudden his dad like got cool points or something. Like the kid was like, oh my God. Dude, it was so funny, bro. Dude, so classic. Oh shit. He was like, yeah, no, not only do I know that guy, I was in a band with that guy. Dude, oh, hilarious. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah. Dude, it is a small world. It was crazy. All these kids, like, so when my son was a kindergartner, I coached a soccer team, right? For him and all his classmates, right? It was like, I don't know anything about soccer, but the parents wanted to put a soccer team together and I was just like really good with the kids. So they asked me to be the soccer coach. And so I coached soccer for a year, and just 1 year. And then I passed it off to some parents that actually knew something about soccer. But so all those kids from the soccer team were like, you know, hanging out in the stream. It was really weird that, like, you know, my own kid was like, oh my God. But all of his, you know, kindergarten friends were like big fans, right? Dude, it's pretty wild. Your neighbor backed his SUV in through a garage. Jesus. Dude, yeah, it was pretty funny. Pretty funny, dude. Yeah, it's such a weird time, boss. Weird times indeed. Dude, you saw, what tweet did you see on Reddit? That's pretty weird. Dude, we're kind of starting to get out there. There was like a really American video or something where they were scrolling through and they talked about my Melania picture, right? Dude, they were talking about this because I told you guys, right? How every time Melania posts, I fucking post, right? Like she posts, you know, oh, the Melania, the film. And I'm like, dude, I'm like the official movie poster. Dude, oh, let's go, dude. Under every tweet, guys, every tweet gets the poster, bro. Every tweet gets the fucking poster, boss. Always. Always, dude. Every tweet is Epstein in your new film. Dude, she's never getting away from this poster, boss. I don't care, dude. Melania, dude, anytime Melania posts, dude, the poster will be soon behind. Will be close behind. Dude, I'm going to probably keep this tradition up. I think even after the presidency, I feel like you like that who smells bad? The huge rapey shitter who smells bad? Dude, let's go. I wonder, is Jeffrey Epstein Barron's father? I mean, I'm starting to wonder. Guys. Okay? Dude, yeah, no, I know. We're going to look at some of the Candace shit. Okay? We are going to look at the Candace stuff. Something is amiss here. Okay? I mean, dude, we're gonna scope this shit out. Okay? First, what do we got on tap tonight? Tonight is gonna be a little of an abbreviated stream. I'm probably gonna try and get some sleep tonight. I'm just fucking, dude, I had an exhausting day. Dentist went well. I get the permanent crown tomorrow. They put in a temp today, but it went pretty good. So we're solid. I'm just fucking a little bit annoyed that my car is crumpled. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I'm a little bit annoyed by that. It's just a headache. You know what I'm saying? A fucking headache, extraneous time to, has to be dealt with. But, it's life. But, so we're going to look at Bongino is out. Guys, oh my God. I feel vindicated. All right? Because remember, it was in May. Okay? It was in May where I said, this, guys. I said, Bongino isn't going to make it a full term. Okay? He's going to crack. You can see it happening already. Dude, there we go. This was in May. This was right before, okay? This was right before they announced that, like, oh, there are no files. But I knew it. I knew he was going to crack, dude. I knew he was not going to last. And he's gone. He is the first one, dude. Oh, shit. Isn't that crazy? So I'm telling you, though, guys, I wonder. Okay? I do. I wonder because, like, I don't know, man. He went MIA. Okay? He went MIA. Oh, really? Tabitha did? Let's go. The Groiper slap? Dude, that shit was amazing. Dude, he went MIA, guys. And right after the fight with Bondi. Okay? He had the big fight with Bondi. Then he went MIA. Then they replaced him with Bailey from Missouri, who's been doing the same job. And he's just been, whatever, on the sly. He had his moment of coming out for that one arrest recently, the bomber, right? The pipe bomber or whatever, the J6 bomber. They gave that to Bongino. And then we haven't heard shit from him. But I still wonder, guys. I still wonder about Epstein. I wonder if something's going to go on. I still have hope that maybe he's going to be the whistleblower, right? I do. I have hope. Yeah, of course he was not really qualified for the position, but something's amiss, guys. Okay? Something is amiss because he did change around the Epstein thing. He remember the Bartiromo? It was this interview, guys. It was this interview, okay? It was the one where him and Cash went and said, oh yeah, it was definitely a suicide. Okay? This interview right here, guys. All right? This was the sort of the end. Bongino like fell apart after this interview.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
Look at him.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
You said.
Yeah. I don't know, man. That was the beginning of the end for Bongino. Was this interview, right? This interview was, look at this. It was 2 weeks before I was like, dude, he's done. He's not gonna hack it, right? And Bongino fucking disappeared shortly after. Look at that look, though. Look at that look. Look at his eyes, dude. Just like, just looking at his neighbor. Something about it. He's not happy, no. He saw the Epstein files, he wept, and then he resigned, bro. He's resigning, right? He announces it. Oh, shit, boss. That is crazy, dude. Right? Crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, how do you think his podcast, what's it going to look like after this? Right? I was obsessed with the Epstein files, and now I'm going to spend every day trying to convince you they don't exist, that there was no information of people to pursue. I mean, this guy was like the serious conspiracy theory. You know what I mean? He was like serious about this, bro. Yeah, look at this.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Dude, yeah. See, look at that, though. He goes from like, man, the FBI's hiding this shit to I am the FBI and I'm hiding the shit and I'm resigning. And now what is he going to do? He's going to go back to his podcast and just be like, because the thing about this, guys, is he's seen the information. He knows the ties. He knows every single person that is connected to that case. He's seen whatever pictures are involved with that shit. So at the very least, he knows, regardless of whether he killed himself or he was killed, that's immaterial. He knows everybody who fucked around with these women, you know, these girls. Some of them were women, but most of them were teen girls. He knows everybody who fucked around and abused those teenagers, and he has chosen to do nothing about it. So I don't know what his path forward is, because his audience, how can his audience be, you know, like, how can they take him seriously after this, right? Oh, don't let this case go. Don't let this case go. We can't let them silence this case. We can't let these people in government bury this shit. And then homie literally gets the job and buries the shit. Wow. That is wild. Dude. Yeah, don't let that 2023. Yeah. He's like, it's not 2023 anymore. In 2023, the files existed. 2025. It's like that Drake meme. That Drake meme, like, oh, 2025, Epstein, 2023. Right? You got 2023. Oh. Right? Jesus. Brutal. Fucking brutal, bro. Right? Brutal, dude. He did a complete U-turn. You know, he had been in office 3 months and he fucking U-turned, bro. And then he fights with Bondi and now he's out. So, I don't know. Whistleblower? At this point, really, guys, at this point, that's like the only thing I can see that redeems him. You know what I mean? You think his audiences will ride with him? I mean, if they do, that is crazy. Like, I feel like at this point, he can be a whistleblower, okay? He can go out, like, with copies of some of this shit. He can have some snapshots or upload some shit to, like, a private server, right? That's it. He can walk out with some copies and he can get out there and become a whistleblower. But other than that, he's irredeemable. Dude, he's like, I don't see how he redeems himself. I mean, again, you know, I'm not putting anything past the MAGA crowd, but I think, though, you ready? Here's the thing that's bizarre, okay? What's bizarre is that his crowd was a conspiracy theory crowd, okay? You know what I mean? Like, he didn't have a regular clientele. It's not like he was fucking, you know, I mean, I'm trying to think of who a right winger is that doesn't have a conspiracy theory crowd. And I'm like, I can't think of anyone offhand, right? You know what I mean? Like, Jesus, who is there? But he especially had a conspiracy theory crowd. Okay. I feel like his crowd is very similar to Candace Owens' crowd. And look at what's happening with Candace Owens, right? Yeah, Alex Jones adjacent, exactly. But look what happened with Candace. She goes and makes nice and has a meeting with Erica, and her fans are already getting ready to burn her shit to the ground. Okay? I think her fans are getting ready to flee because they're like, whoa, wait a second. You're now like making nice with the deep state. You're making nice with the you know, the boogeyman. So yeah, I don't know. He's in a little bit of a pickle. All right? He's in a bit of a pickle. Independent journalism become more reliable? I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm not sure if I buy that independent journalism has become more reliable. In some instances, it has. In some instances, it's like it has, you know, just amplified the spread of misinformation. That's the thing. You know, I mean, I'm saying there are certainly people that feel like less let down by independent media, but I think because there's no legal department and there's no like clearance of facts, I feel like a lot of independent media is passing, you know, their journalists' opinions as fact in many instances. And so that makes it really challenging. It's definitely made it challenging for me, even parsing some of the left-wing sources is, you know, everybody is sort of, I don't know. There's the word journalism is evolving. Dude, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I don't even know. To me, there's not a lot of independent journalists, like I look at somebody and I look at like, who's independent that's actually like breaking stories. Like most of the independent people are just responding to already existing media, right? There's an interview on mainstream media and the independent people are, developing theories and feelings, myself included. I don't consider myself a journalist. I consider myself a commentator, but you know what I mean? But it's hard because when I think, I like Taylor Lorenz, as much as I sometimes get annoyed by her, she's an independent journalist. She's still doing journalism and she's not in a major newsroom, even though she is funded, right, by grants and stuff, right? 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍 is doing journalism for sure. There's definitely journalism happening with 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍. But a lot of us are just, we're like news sources and we're commentators, but we're not really journalists. And none of those right-wing people are fucking journalists, boss. Oh my God. The ones that go to protests and you know what I'm saying? I mean, I still consider journalists to be people that have connections to the politicians and the people in power and are actually breaking stories. Okay? Like, I mean, Dan brings up a point. Even with 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗍, they are a lot more of reacting and commentary as opposed to breaking actual stories, right? Like that's just it. I feel like the stories are still mostly broken by the actual journalists, and then they are disseminated amongst commentators, right? Like Kowinski, Mockler, Hassan, Sisson, Dollarmore, all commentary. Okay, me, commentary, right? The only, like, the independent journalists are like Jim Acosta, Taylor Lorenz is doing independent journalism. I mean, you know what I mean? Jim Acosta is still out there breaking stories. There's not a lot of people that are actually doing journalism in an independent realm. And most of them were mainstream journalists that have simply, gotten fired or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like the word journalism, though, is kind of like they're trying to morph it to include anybody, you know what I mean? To include anybody who like, anybody who, like talks about the news. Don Lemon. Yeah. I mean, Don Lemon, is he still like doing journalism? Cause he seemed to have morphed into kind of the content, like man on the street stuff, right? Commentary. Oh yeah, dude, commentary is important. No. It is. Absolutely. Dude, and guys, listen to me. Don't think that I'm dissing all of us commentators, because we're not. I'm not. I think we provide a valuable function. Okay? We provide a valuable function. I think, though, journalism are people that are like they're hunting down stories. They're not like going on the air every day. If you have somebody on the air every day, they're much more a commentator. Like journalists are way more behind the scenes. You don't see them. They're hunting leads down. They're interviewing people. They're compiling notes. They're like lawyers in a way. Okay, journalists are like lawyers. They are doing like yellow pads and interviews and shit like that. They're not walking around making 2 hours of content every day. They don't have time for it, right? Content creators are different than journalists in my eyes. I think content creators are people that make news information accessible and they have a personality, and they're entertaining, and they're informative, and but they are not like, they are not necessarily like, you know, singular researchers, right? Like when you look at journalists, for example, you ready? Let me just tell you, with a journalist, because I do know, I know some journalists. And so a journalist is like, they're like a case by case basis. Okay. They're like detectives, but they're also like lawyers though, because they have to clear everything legally. They can't print anything without it like withstanding the law. Okay. That's why journalists have this extra layer of, they sometimes have information that they know that they can't share because they're legally bound to not get sued. Okay. There is a detective and a law aspect to journalism where there are legal requirements, much like in a case. A lawyer can't just bring anything into evidence. It has to get approved to be in evidence. And that's the way journalism is. You have to be approved. Your shit has to meet a certain legal standard in order to be presented in the article. It's just how it goes. If you don't get that two-source verification, you can't use it. Okay? You can't in real journalism. But so here's my thing though. You ready, guys? So the thing about journalists, is it 3? All right. Whatever. 3 sources. Perfect. But so the thing about journalists is they run a singular case. And this is where it reminds me of a lawyer. If a journalist is working a story, they're pretty much working one story until that story is completed, unless it's like a minor story. If it's just a tiny like blurb, they'll work on multiples. But if they're working on a major story, they're only on one story for like 3 months. And then on the completion of the story, they move to a next story, right? That's what journalists do. That's what like news reporters do. They have a case and they complete it, and then they take another case and they complete it. Whereas content creators are like, we're covering everything. You know what I mean? We're just presenting, you know, we look at the whole news thing, we grab a bunch of shit we find interesting, and then we cover that, right? I think it's a little different, right? Dude, Anna's in the dumper, right? Yeah, well, see, the thing about 𝗏𝗏 and Malcolm Nance is those guys are like specialists, right? Like those guys, like Malcolm Nance, he has connections in fucking intelligence. So Malcolm Nance is going to be able to go in and get some like inside information, I think, right? Those guys, those specialist dudes, right? But yeah, man, let's go. Oh shit. But guys, let me just tell you though, I like commentary journalism. Okay. I do. I like commentary journalism or commentary, whatever, commentary news reporting. I do like that. I just, my only beef is the lack of like, truth verification, the tendency for misinformation to spread. Okay. And it, it's sometimes, I think it's become a little bit more partisan. Okay. Now that there is, like second level sort of individual commentary, there is, it's definitely more partisan. Okay. It is. It's more partisan. We're absolutely more partisan because everybody's got a side now, and somebody was talking about 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏. Dude, I like the function that 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏 has. Like, I think they have really good legal analysis, and I like the fact that they talk to all the reps. But dude, I have one major beef though with 𝗏𝗏𝗽𝗏, and it's that they're just too Trump centric. you know what I mean? If you go to 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗏, it's like 100 videos about Trump. You know, and it's hard because a lot of us, because he is such a scenery chewer, it's tempting for us to cover nothing but Trump because his name is like the attention getter. His name is the virality. But I can only watch so many videos on Trump, you know? You know what I mean? Dude, it's like, you know what I mean? It's fucking crazy. But they try to grab you in with dishonest headlines. Yeah, but so the thing about the headlines though, guys, Tall Chick, I want you guys to understand that the clickbait, the clickbait problem, Tall Chick, is really on you guys, okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? It is hard. It's hard because the viewers have a tendency to not click if you don't exaggerate the title. So we are in a constant state of like, do I want the video to get seen or do I want it to get not seen? And in order for the video to get seen, I have to like do titles a certain way. I mean, you're working with the YouTube algorithm too. It's like the YouTube algorithm makes it so we have to, you know what I'm saying? So you have to be like, you know, it's like there's no choice. If you just give your shit, like, for example, if you go and look at a YouTuber that just straight up tells you exactly what's in the video in the title, nobody watches those videos. Okay? There's like, you have to toe the line of being clickbaity, but not clickbait. And it's a really hard line to toe. I don't do it. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you think I don't do it. But I also, though, I don't get views like Mockler and Keith Edwards and those guys that do it. Okay? Those guys get more views and they get more subscribers and they grow at a far more substantial rate. And so I am constantly working on trying to like clickbait enough to where the algorithm can fucking will get me. Because the problem is, guys, is you're dealing with an algorithm, okay? You're dealing with an algorithm where you have to participate in the YouTube algorithm to some degree, or the algorithm won't like put you in front of any eyes. You know what I mean? And so it's hard because let me just tell you, here's how it works. Remember how we talked about Apple, right? How Apple will like change the cord and then everybody in the industry is forced to change the cord. So what happens is when Keith Edwards or David Pakman or 𝗦𝘃𝗽𝗏 gets a little clickbaity with the titles, they get a little racy with the titles, and then they start racking up the views and the algorithm starts leaning into that clickbaitiness, then we all have to participate or we won't get any views. Like, it forces our hand because then the algorithm like only responds with racy shit. And so I am constantly towing the line where I need to make the titles like more clickbaity, but not clickbait, right? It's so hard, bro. It sucks. Like the YouTube algorithm, but you have to participate in the algorithm. Like if you don't play the algorithm, nobody will ever see you, right? You like, I mean, that's the difference, right? When you look at a YouTuber, if you look at a YouTuber you love, that like their videos only get 1,000 views, even though they're really good, it's because they're not playing the algorithm right? You know what I'm saying? Breaking news. Yeah, I hardly ever use breaking news. I used it once last week and it was like, dude, it's terrible, right? But some of it though is some of it is you have to, I think there's a couple things you need to do. You got to find your niche, okay? Like my niche is a little bit Keith Edwards-y, where I'm a little gossipy, okay? My niche is a little gossipy, okay? Brian Tyler Cohen's niche is like legal, okay? Brian is like legal. He's always meeting with the legal guy, and they're covering the Supreme Court and all that shit. Brian is like legal, broken down so the layman can understand it, right? David Pakman, he's kind of all over the place, but he's just like sleepy commentary, but he's, you know, gently delivered, okay? Adam Mockler is a little more like antagonizing MAGA, right? I think Adam Mockler is that. I'm antagonizing MAGA like that for sure, right? Keith Edwards antagonizes MAGA a little bit, but Keith Edwards is also like a little bit, he's got that little bit gossipy, that relationship sort of stuff, like, ooh, somebody's cheating or their past behaviors creeping up on them. You know what I mean? And Adam has turned to clickbait. Yeah, but see, Adam Mockler, though, is part of the Midas Touch ecosphere. So Adam Mockler is doing what's going to make his channel massive. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Is Adam Mockler is he's going for maximum growth, and he's on the fast track to maximum growth. Like if you look at it, right? Keith Edwards gets more views per video than Adam Mockler, but Adam Mockler gets way more subscribers than Keith Edwards because he does more videos per day, and he's doing that racy fucking, you know what I'm saying? That racy clickbaity thing. I mean, I'll be honest, guys. I see myself as somewhere in the like, for me, I am in the 𝗙elle 𝗪𝗏, Adam Mockler, Keith Edwards vein. Okay. Those are like the guys that I sort of study, like position wise and personality wise. I feel like I'm pretty similar to 𝗙elle 𝗪𝗏, a little more gruff than Kyle for sure. But I'm definitely in the 𝗙elle 𝗪𝗏 or IHIP kind of like snark, fuck you kind of commentary. But I have the gossipy nature of Keith Edwards and the fuck MAGA nature of Adam Mockler. And I try to do a little bit of the clickbait to where like I can still get big views. But those guys though have been doing the fucking, they've been doing the AI thumbnails. And that's the thing that's bothering me, guys, right? That is bothering me right now is a lot of my favorite YouTubers that are leading the YouTuber pack are now doing the AI thumbnails. And that sucks because then pretty soon we're all going to have to do it, man. You know what I mean? And that's bothersome. Dude, like that's the one thing about Keith Edwards that's breaking my heart is he's gone all in on the AI thumbnails, you know, and that is fucking bothersome, dude. Because now pretty soon you're going to all have to do it, right? Like you're going to have to do it. You're going to have to do it or you're going to have to spend hours trying to make something that can keep up with it. Dude, but dude, the you know, the guy though, the YouTuber that literally gets the most views per video, I think is Keith Edwards, has the craziest. If you look like the subscriber count to like how many views his videos get, holy shit, dude, he's dominant. He is dominant. You're repelled by AI and won't watch it. AI cat vid here and there. Dude, the AI animal vids. Dude, yeah, no, Keith rose fast. Well, but Keith, though, he's connected to the Democratic Party, guys. Okay? Keith Edwards is, right? You know what I'm saying? He's connected to the party. I'm not saying he's, like, paid by the party, but he is a party insider, okay? He worked inside the Democratic political ecosphere before he started that YouTube channel. All right. So he is somebody that is in the fucking political environment. You know what I mean? He's like right. Don't disrespect myself. How am I disrespecting myself? I don't think I'm disrespecting myself, right? I love what I do, boss. I'm doing good too. I want bigger growth. And you know what I mean? And that's why there's going to be some changes. Okay. I'm announcing right now at the beginning of the year. Okay. At the beginning of the year, I'm changing hours. Okay. I'm going to be off late nights, guys. Come January 1st, I'm moving to 8 p.m. Pacific time, 8 to 11. Okay. We're going to go a 3-hour time slot. I'm going where there's more eyes. Okay. I'm going to adjust my schedule, and that's going to allow me to make more videos at night before I go to sleep. And it's going to allow me to have more of the day to find the breaking news topics. So we're moving. Okay, we're moving, guys. 8 to 11. Primetime Tommy, dude. Late primetime. Let's go. Yeah, I have a personal relationship with my audience. I do. I mean, this, guys, this is different. Like this channel is the one way, guys, that this channel is different from like a Keith Edwards or Adam Mockler or Brian Tyler Cohen or any of those guys is this channel, you're getting much more to know about my life. Like this channel is a fusion of my life and philosophy with politics. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like my life experience and my philosophy fusing with my analysis of politics. It's very different than just providing some commentary. You know, we have a lot more of that. I don't know. I'll be honest. I feel a little bit like an Oprah. You know what I'm saying? I feel like I have a little bit of that Oprah thing where it is a personality. It is a life sort of thing and not just covering politics. It's more like a you know, an exploration of living. You know what I mean? Is it cathartic for me? So Skya, I wouldn't say the show is cathartic for me because I don't, when I talk about my stuff, I am talking from a place of having already done the catharsis, right? You know what I mean? Like I've already done work on the shit, which is why I can talk about it. So I don't get a catharsis from talking about my personal stuff. In fact, sometimes I get a little exhausted by it because it's like, you know, it can dredge up, you know, things that maybe I still have to work on and shit. But what I find is that like, for me, it's less about a personal catharsis. And it's more about like, I feel like I'm giving something back to the world. I don't know if that makes sense, but I have something to offer. I have this ability to be honest and to be open in a really unself-conscious way. And I know that that's helpful to other people to like help them like get open and process. And it's helpful for me to stay aware of the need to be open and helpful for me to continue confronting shit. But I think though that like for me, it's sort of like, I feel like I've had a pretty amazing life. And openness is a way of sort of giving back, kind of, is what it feels like to me. You know? It's like I've had an extraordinary life of being able to do all this crazy shit and essentially have gotten away with it. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I don't know. I feel like it would be irresponsible of me to not share all that stuff, even the pain and shit, you know what I mean? Like, you know, competition at 8 a.m. Oh, I'm not 8 a.m. boss, 8 p.m. bro. I'm not going at 8 a.m. Dude, no way, bro. All right? Will you give us all cars one day? I'm not planning on giving away cars, no. But, you know what I mean? Most people have had extraordinary lives. Dude, I think everybody has an extraordinary life in some way, dude. I think they do. I think some people maybe aren't aware they've had an extraordinary life, right? I'm serious. I think finding the ways that your life is extraordinary is really important, because I think a lot of people get caught up in the things that didn't work out, right? They had plans of X, Y, and Z, and they got like LMOP, and they don't see the extraordinary nature of LMOP because they're fixated on the fact that they didn't get X, Y, Z, and you know. And that's kind of like that I think is I guess maybe that's another way too. Like that's another thing that I feel like is trying to fucking, offer up some shit. Oprah gives her audience cars. Yeah, well, if I ever became a billionaire, I'd give everybody cars, but I don't anticipate ever becoming a billionaire. But if I do become a billionaire, yeah, you can all have cars. I promise. Right? Let's go. Dude, I there's just really no chance of that, though. Dude, you won $16. Let's go. Oh, shit. But, yeah, man, I don't know, dude. It's an adventure. I think, though, finding the extraordinary in our lives is important. You know what I'm saying? It's really important. Said I was going to be like Oprah. No, I didn't say I was going to be like Oprah. I said I feel like I already am a little bit like Oprah, right? Because one of the things about Oprah was her show was about like people telling their personal stories, okay? Everything that Oprah did in her like was connected to a personal story, okay? It was like all of her journalism, all of her reporting, all of her, whatever, like all of her, thematic elements were tied to an individual personal story, okay? And that was one of the things that resonated so much with people with Oprah, is because you weren't just getting an event or a happening, you were getting the happening broken down to a personal level of like, this is my story, right? And that's why people resonated so much with it, because it was so personal, and yeah, but I mean, I'll be honest, guys, I don't think anybody saw the Dr. Phil going the way it did. In the beginning, Dr. Phil seemed like a guy who was very like into honesty and like I'm going to cut the brass tacks and I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. But then he became like a sensationalist as he got famous. He went the Candace Owens route, really, right? He did, where he came on as like a truth teller who's going to give you the straight dope. And then all of a sudden he became the guy who is going to give you the raciest, most addicting sort of shit, right? And that I think is like problematic, You know what I mean? I think some people go that way. And don't remember though, I do like a little gossip, guys. All right? Dude, I like a little gossip. I do. I like the gossipy shit. Dude, but in the beginning though, I loved Dr. Phil when he first got started. But then, next thing you know, he went the Jerry Springer route for sure. Okay, he did. He went the Jerry Springer route and became like just a fucking clown, dude. He did. He got cashed outside for sure. Dude, see, that's when I kind of stopped liking him, dude. You know what I mean? Even before he went right-wingy, it was him starting to have those, like, you know, like the Cash Me Outside girl, right? Like Brigoli and all that shit. You know, he just started having that fucking, like, you know, it started becoming about juvenile delinquents and like, ooh, kids can't be controlled. Like, to me, that was like the first thing I feel like he did. He abandoned the young people. Okay, young people became like unruly, fucking like uncontrollable people, right? We liked him at first because he was like the only adult who would fucking tell it straight and wouldn't do the parenting thing of like all codependent and weird. And then all of a sudden he sold out the young people and he started using them as like, ooh, these unruly kids that no parents can control. And it was like, dude, what the fuck is that? Now you're just like every other old person. You know what I'm saying? Like, where you are now like using, because if you have a kid, okay, if you have a kid that is getting into trouble all the time, there's some issue with the parenting, okay? You know what I mean? I mean, even as much as I love Rob Reiner, okay? Rob Reiner did not deserve to die. His kids obviously got some issues, but that kid went to rehab 17 times from age 15 to 22. There's something going on there, okay? Absentee father, always on film sets. There was some kind of dynamic in that family that was like failing for that kid. I'm not saying Rob Reiner did anything wrong. He was out there doing this great art, but there was some fucking thing that had built in there where every time he had a problem, they shipped him off to some expensive rehab, right? Let me send you to another rehab. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe his dad was raping him. Come on. Dude, now you're fucking, what the fuck are you on now? Dude, please, put the Megyn Kelly down, okay? Dude, Megyn Kelly is now trying to fucking, she's trying to like create some plausible deniability. If he was being raped, right? Like, come on, man. Please. The thing about it is, though, is I think, what I think about that, guys, is I think that he kept getting outsourced, okay? That, like, it was one of those situations where the parents were really codependent. They wanted to fix him. You know what I'm saying? They wanted to fix him. And they kept sending him to rehab, which is not a Rob Reiner problem. It's what wealthy people do, okay? They send their kids to rehab, and then it's like, you got to get fixed, right? We can't take you anywhere. You're going to threaten my career if you don't get this under wraps. There's a lot of pressure, you know? You know what I mean? There's a lot of fucking, like, it's hard, you know? It's hard, you know? It's, again, I don't think it's the fault of the individual parents. It's like a parenting system, you know? It's like a parenting system in the wealthy entertainment business that is hard, right? Right? Dude, what are you talking about? You're just in here fucking starting shit now. You know what I'm saying? You watch some fucking Megyn Kelly, right? Yeah. You don't have any information for this there, Amy, right? But you're like, oh, you already have your conclusion, and now you're illustrating all the evidence. Right? Dude, come on. Right? We'll see. I mean, I won't be surprised if the kid tries to say some shit to get out of the murder rap. Okay? Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're going to hear some shit to get out of the murder rap. Yeah, no, Amy doesn't know shit. Amy has a foregone conclusion that she is now like, oh, this is the evidence of that. Dude, Megyn Kelly's on this, right? Megyn Kelly was the first one to go down that route. Right? I mean, dude, you know, we'll see though. Dude, it's always about ratings. Dude, Megyn Kelly is, I mean, dude, she's grimy. You know, she is grimy. And again, she is there to create a partisan narrative, right? To cover for Trump, right? So how are they going to cover for Trump? I mean, they're going to fucking, right? They are going to, like, you know, they're going to try to character assassinate, right? Rob never once had a medical professional he supported. Yeah, but so the thing about that, though, is that just means he was a codependent parent, right? And there's no doubt that Rob Reiner was codependent. And there's no doubt that I'm sure he had some authoritarian, like, I know the best way to fix this situation, of course, because he was a film director. But that does not translate to somebody raping their fucking son, okay? I think, you know, like jumping right to somebody raping their son because you heard it on Megyn Kelly, you know, and for me, as somebody who was sexually abused, I think that that's a little fucking respectful to jump right to that, okay, just because you heard it on a fucking talk show. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like that it's, you know, parents being codependent does not equal raping their kids. Okay, I had very codependent parents. You know what I mean? You know? Dude, you never heard anyone say it? All right, whatevs. Yeah. Dad, let's go. Yeah, now we're not gonna hear anyone say it anymore either. Dude, I don't like that fucking chewing up the scenery. I'm serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm serious. Now, if some of this comes out and it's true, if shit comes out, I would absolutely like hold him responsible. But here's the problem, guys. Okay, you ready? Here's the problem. Here's what we're facing. Is this guy, Nick Reiner, murdered his fucking parents. And who did he hire? He hired Harvey Weinstein's lawyer. Okay? So they are going to concoct some story like that. They are going to try to impugn Rob Reiner's name. They are going to concoct some type of narrative, which obviously, like, his other kids will probably come forward and refute it. But in order for Nick to try to get off and get a piece of that inheritance, like, you can imagine that some crazy fucking story is going to get concocted. Okay? Right? It's going to get crazy. It is going to get crazy. Weinstein's lawyer is going to get in there. But dude, I'm not starting there. Okay? And I'm not going to fucking argue with someone in my chat all night who's going to just sit here and try to do the, like, Rob Reiner raped his kid thing. You know, I'm not buying it at this point. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, it's not like, dude, those things happen. It's not beyond the fucking shadow of the doubt, right? That, like, those types of situations happen where there are, like, sexually destructive parents, of course. But dude, you know, yeah, at this moment, I'm not buying it. Okay. At this moment, what I see is a film director with a ton of resources who was insanely codependent. Okay. He was, like, really codependent, and he was obviously continually outsourcing his kid to get fucking rehab over and over and over again when something was going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't taking for some reason, you know, but I don't know that I'm buying into, you know, based on the fact that he didn't agree with doctors meant he was raping his kid. That's a gigantic fucking leap that I'm not willing to make, and is actually a little bit disrespectful to the fucking, you know, to, like, people who have actually been victims of that, you know? You know what I mean? You know, I mean, dude, I don't know. I mean, it's like one of the things that I can tell you, okay? Can I just tell you, as somebody, like, the people who for me as a kid, when I was sexually abused, I actually took care of my abusers, right? I did. I went out of my way to make sure they were okay. You do it to try and like avoid the abuse, you know? But I mean, there's all different kinds, but you know, dude. Dude, bro. But guys, have you noticed though? I mean, this is what I'm talking about though, right? Like, I feel like that woman that was in here, right? That I fucking, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I sent her packing because I didn't like that gossip craziness from the get-go. But let me just tell you guys, this though is like what has come of our like new independent journalism realm, is that now so much of our political content is like speculative nature. Okay. It's like, ooh, I've got a little piece of information. Let me speculate what's going to happen or what actually happened. And then the speculation, everybody, if that speculation affirms what you want the situation to be, you go in and all of a sudden that's your new sort of piece of information, right? And now it's like, what's crazy about it is you may have noticed, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but in the era of Trump, because Trump is connected to Epstein, and everybody knows Trump is connected to Epstein, everybody on the left wing gets accused by the right wing of being a pedophile, right? They were like Joe Biden. They went through the diary, even though Ashley came out and said, no, nothing ever happened. Didn't matter. They were like Biden's a pedophile. Hunter's a pedophile, right? Clinton's a pedophile, right? That's their like go-to, that everybody who's gay is a pedophile. Pizzagate, Seth Rich, the Clintons, the fucking Hollywood, right? You know what I mean? That is like their go-to. The right-wing lens is like everybody's a pedophile, when in fact, 9 times out of 10, when you find somebody who's graping kids, it's a fucking Republican. It's a Christian white Republican. Like 90% of the time, bro. You know what I mean? It is a Christian white Republican, but they're the ones who are insisting everyone in Hollywood, everyone who's gay, everyone who's trans, everyone who's a Democrat. But it's like, dude, it's always them. It is almost always them. There are a few exceptions, but for the most part, most of the pedophiles are white Christian men. All right. End of story. That are connected to the Republican Party in some way, shape, or form. Magnolia, let's go. So anyway, we'll see. But I'm telling you though, guys, Harvey Weinstein's lawyer representing Nick Reiner, I guarantee you whatever the defense is, it's going to be just like Weinstein. It's going to be character assassination. All right. It is going to be character assassination, guys. You know, the case is going to get ugly, guys. It is going to get gnarly. Right? It is. Dude, that lawyer is smarm, bro. He got the lawyer of smarm, right? Where's Weinstein now? He's in jail, but he's still trying to get out, right? Dude, it's craziness. Yeah. Didn't do Weinstein any favors. It did not. It did not. But it's a different time, though, right? We're in a different time. Oh, shit, boss. All right. So, dude, Bongino, he's out, boss. Dude, look at his little statement. Oh, fuck, where is it? Dude, right there. I will be leaving my position with the FBI in January. I want to thank President Trump, A.G. Bondi. He didn't mean that. He hates Pam Bondi. And Director Patel for the opportunity to serve with purpose. More importantly, I want to thank you, my fellow Americans, for the privilege to serve you. God bless America and all those who defend her. And forget about that whole Epstein thing that I went on and on with for years, because I guess there's just no evidence. So we're going to pretend like that never happened. I'm going to go out and I'm going to start podcasting about something else, about AI animal videos, dude. Dude, I want him to flip. I do, man. I want him to flip. I know he probably won't because he's spineless, but I want him to fucking flip, dude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, for me, look at this. Me and Bongino go way back. Okay? He was like the first guy who ever blocked me. All the way back in 2018, he blocked me. Okay? Because I fucking said Dan Bongino should go back to something he's good at, touching his wiener. And he blocked me for that tweet way back in 2018, November 7th. Dude, right? Oh, shit. And so, dude, all the way back in, he had deleted the tweet too, dude. I don't even remember what the tweet was about. But I was like, homie, what are you doing? And he fucking blocked me. And so I've been on the outside. I couldn't even interact with him until he got that government job. And then he couldn't block me because of the government job. Dude, it was a great tweet, too. It was a beautiful tweet, right? And then look at this. As soon as he got the government job, I was like, Dan Bongino is touching his wiener again. The Epstein files will have to wait, dude. I came back in right where I left off, dude, right? Touching his wiener again, but he couldn't fucking delete that one. He couldn't block me. So I brought the wiener back. Dude, I brought Dan Bongino's wiener back. His wife was sending me letters saying, thank you. I was wondering where his wiener went. See, this is why you tune into this channel. Because nowhere else do we talk about Dan Bongino's wiener. Okay? You know? That's it. Oh, shit, boss. Right? Look at this shit, though. Dude, he fucking disappeared, man. So yeah, I would like Bongino to flip. Okay? I would. Dude, I would love to see him flip. I don't think he's going to, but I'd actually have respect for him if he did. NDA doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, dude. Here's the thing about NDA, does not matter if you have an NDA on Epstein. If you come forward and break that NDA, you're going to be fine. Okay? Right now, this is one of those cases where if you are a whistleblower, and on this case, I think this is the one time where you're going to be able to get away with this. There is enough public fucking, right, that if you went to trial trying to fucking, you know, hit somebody for an NDA, I don't think there's a fucking jury on the fucking planet anywhere who would punish somebody for breaking an NDA in regards to this shit. Dude, there's no way, boss. Right? There's no way. You know what I mean? It's like them trying to fucking indict Tish James, bro. You know what I mean? Or them, if they tried to indict Barack Obama, right? If they tried to, you know, railroad Barack Obama and charge him with some bullshit on Russia, dude, nobody's gonna fucking convict that man. Are you kidding me? Dude, come on. Not a chance, bro. There's not a jury alive that would do that shit. You know? No way. Right? Dude. Why are people screaming? Chill, daddy. Chill. Let's go. Giving you all cars. I know. I don't think Dan will flip, right? Dude, why are you asking people if they would love their kids when they're fucking gay, dude? Why are you asking that in our fucking chat, boss? What is going on with you, bro? Right? Are you somebody different than you were last night? Like, what's going on? Dude. Of course. Nobody cares if their kids are gay. If you care if your kid's gay, there's something weird about you. You're in the wrong chat. Caps are rude. I don't know about that. I use caps a lot. Right. Chat is wilding. I mean, stressful day, man. My car got hit. Maybe everybody's stressed out because my car got hit. Oh, somebody wanted a dance party goal. Let's do it. Let's fucking get it. Let's go. There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, though, that lesbians would be totally cool with their kids being gay. I've discovered in my life that, like, I've never known a lesbian who is going to have a problem if their kid was gay. I have not. That doesn't mean there's one out there. There's not one out there, but I think it's pretty safe to say, boss. I mean, dude, it's hard, though. It's hard because we are in 2025. You know what I mean? Dude, let's get this party started. Let's go, ball bed. It is hard in 2025, though. Like, if you have a deeply religious family, it's not safe for everybody, though, guys. You know what I'm saying? It's really not. That's what's scary, even in 2025. James, let's go. It's where there's religion. Dude, Pinky, let's go. Where there's religion, there is weird shit. I mean, that segues into our next story, guys. Okay, we got Bongino. Good. My thing on Bongino is this. I want to sum up Bongino with one thing to say. You ready? Here's what I fucking want to say with Bongino is that I'm curious where he's going. Okay, what is he going to do now that he comes out of this government job? He's going to go back to podcasting. What's his podcast going to be like? Isn't his crowd going to be like wondering what's going on with Epstein? Is he going to flip? I mean, he has an opportunity to flip. You know what I'm saying? He has an opportunity to flip. And I would respect that if he did flip. You know what I'm saying? I would absolutely respect it if he flipped. I would fucking, I mean, I'm still not going to be on the man's side, but at least he would be respectable because we know he saw something. Like something went on with the way he attacked Pam Bondi, and Bondi accused him of leaking information, and he blew up, and then they pushed him to the side. They like relegated him to the, the back seats. They put him in the nosebleeds. So something went on around the Epstein case, and I believe it has to do with him knowing that there's more to it and like not doing anything about it. Like, I don't see any other possibility, right? You know what I mean? I mean, think about it. It's not like he went in there and there was really nothing to the Epstein thing. And then, like there had to be something. It was right around that time. He was adamant, Epstein. And then they redacted all Trump shit. And then all of a sudden he's like, oh, no, he committed suicide and there's nobody to charge. And so I don't know. Something about it just seems fucking weird. He is a part of the deep state in a way. And so I don't know what he does from here. You know what I mean? I don't know what he does from here. I don't know how a podcaster who was anti-deep state is going to spin it, right? Scaramucci and Cohen turnaround? Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, even with those guys, okay, like Cohen did a turnaround, but I still find Cohen to be like completely untrustworthy. You know what I mean? I do. I find Cohen to be very untrustworthy. I mean, I know why people monetize him because he has proximity. So he has some, insider information, but I don't believe Michael Cohen when he talks. I don't believe him Because we know that there's a whole bunch of criminality that he's not fucking talking about. Okay? There's a lot of criminality that he knows about that he's not coming forward with. And I mean, this is some of the shit that, like the Michael Wolff thing too, right? Like Michael Wolff knows a lot of shit too. And so, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, why wasn't Michael Wolff talking about all this stuff so vociferously the first time around? You know, why did he wait until this climate? You know, stop stupidity, let's go, baby! You know? Dude, you know, I don't know, man. In the 117-year history of the FBI, no Democrat has ever served as director. That's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. Although, you know, 100 years ago, James, the Democrats were the racists, right? So 100 years ago, the Republicans were a little bit more like the Democrats are now, right? So that's intriguing that it was in the hands, like, that after the civil rights movement, essentially the Democrats that had never controlled the FBI became the controllers of the FBI, right? Oh shit. Although, dude, thank you, Jen. Although the FBI is normally supposed to be pretty nonpartisan, pretty independent, but you know what I think it is, though, guys? I think it's really about law enforcement. You know, at least in the modern age, mostly the FBI is law enforcement and the DOJ is legal. So mostly Democrats are going to gravitate towards the DOJ because Democrats are far more likely to go get a law degree than to be a cop, right? Most of the cops are Republicans. So it kind of like makes a little bit of sense to me that, you know, the Democrats would end up in the DOJ probably far more often than they would in policing. You know what I mean? There's not a lot of Dem police officers. It's not a lot of work that they go into, right? But, all right, so, dude, we got to take a minute here. We got to segue into fucking religious crash outs because look at who we got, okay? You know who was in the news today was this guy. Remember this guy? Look at this guy. Oh, my God. Dude, Ryan Walters from Oklahoma, okay? This is big news, guys. And you know why? Because I'm telling you, I feel a little bit of hope, okay? I feel a little bit of hope, guys, because Oklahoma was on the forefront, okay? Yeah, they were on the forefront. He hired 𝗙𝗪𝗏 to be on the school board. He was like, we're putting Christianity, we're putting Trump Bibles in the schools. We are fucking gonna override these school boards. I mean, he was like adamant, power, control-y, trying to bully the school boards, filling them with Moms of Liberty types, okay? Then he gets busted for watching adult content during a meeting with parents, okay? And he gets the boot, okay? He steps down after that. But, dude, they got hammered today, okay? Because the Oklahoma Supreme Court overrode his shit. So this guy, his life's work, okay? His life's work just ended today, guys. Right? This guy, his state was bottom, 50th out of 50. Bottom, right? You have Full Necky out there pulling her shit with the essay and TPUSA, but this guy's life's work was to put Christianity back in schools, and his own Supreme Court, not a liberal one, mind you, this is a conservative Supreme Court in the state of Oklahoma, just shit upon him, dude. Just shit on him, dude. Oh, let's go. Watch him. He's having a meltdown in his car.
Oklahomans, the Oklahoma State Supreme Court just launched an incredibly aggressive attack on Christianity, the Bible, on President Trump.
Oh,
The Oklahoma State Supreme Court
President
striking
Trump.
down the history standards that so many Oklahomans demanded, that we bring back an understanding of the role of the Bible in world history and American history.
See, you see what he was trying to do there? They were trying to force learning the Bible and teaching about Jesus in history class, guys. That's what he wanted. He wanted history class to talk about the Bible and like Noah's Ark and Jesus. Yeah, I don't think so. Fuck nuts, right? Dude, what the fuck are we doing? What world do these fucking crazy motherfuckers live in, bro?
That we bring back an understanding of the role of the Bible in world history and American history. That we actually have our kids critically think about the 2020 election. They struck down a history standards, spitting in the face of so many Oklahomans and frankly, common sense.
Yeah, dude, they wanted to teach in history class about how Donald Trump really won the 2020 election. Dude, what are these guys doing, bro? Like, homie is like, he's got like Sasha Grey on one screen and fucking, TBN on the other, dude.
These justices should be ashamed of themselves. They should resign immediately.
Oh, yeah.
This is outrageous to see this kind of left-wing judicial activism.
Dude, left-wing judicial activism in Oklahoma, bro. Dude, yeah, they're going to resign there, fucking Ryan Walters. That's definitely happening.
In the state where every county voted for President Trump, where Oklahomans have demanded that the Bible and Christianity be put back in our history classes so our kids can understand the role that Christianity played in shaping this great country. It is unbelievable to see the left-wing activism here in the state of Oklahoma. I just want to be really clear why it's happening here in Oklahoma.
Why?
Because we've been the tip of the spear in bringing back common sense back to education. You see the attacks at OU on Samantha, the student there, who just simply cited the Bible in an essay. Now you see the radical left-wing Supreme Court justices. Oklahomans, we've got to continue to fight for common sense. We've got to continue to fight for conservative values. And we've got to continue to fight for the faith that helped forge this great country.
Oh, yeah, because common sense is like that some dude built a giant boat and two of every animal on the entire planet walked up this plank to get on the boat. And then they all cruised on this huge flood that killed everyone on the planet but them. Then he parked the boat and all the animals just lined off the boat. And then everybody went and repopulated the whole world. Yeah, that's common sense. Okay, sure. Thank you, Ryan Walters. That clears everything up for me. I was kind of wondering what happened, why there's so many oceans and shit. Dude. Dude. Oh my God, bro. Where are we? How did we get to the point where like the people that just hit you with fairy tale after fairy tale suddenly became the people with common sense? I mean, dude, this is what the right wing always does. This is how the guys that literally blow up the deficit and the national debt every time they have control, but somehow we get told they're good with the economy. It's like, are you shitting me? Like Donald Trump, they say he's a good businessman. Motherfucker is bankrupt 6 times, bro. You ain't good if you're bankrupting and defrauding investors. You can't even get a goddamn loan in America. You got to go to a Russian-funded money laundering bank. That's not what good businessmen do. But like the gaslighting, bro, is just wow. Please, if you believe there was an ark with all the animals on it, you need to go to therapy, okay? You do not need to tell me that you have common sense or that I am not living right. Like, you need to go get a fucking therapist and a hypnotist and a fucking body worker and some acupuncture. You need like a team of professionals to come out and poke you and probe you and take a look at your dumb ass. All right? Because you are not living in reality. That is factual. Okay? Dude, Justin, 5 gifted. Let's go. Oh, let's go, baby. Welcome to the new members. Oh, Dude. So, you know what I was wondering though, guys? Is the thing I'm wondering with this guy is I do want to pose something here. How long, guys, before this guy, I'm calling it right now. You guys can clip this, but this guy, Ryan Walters, I feel like he's going to get caught like jerking off in his car or something in a public space. And he's going to end up being like having a small arrest like that. That's going to like make him like a sex offender. He's going to have to register as a sex offender, dude. How long, bro? I'm telling you, man, I bet before the end of Trump's term, this guy's going to get arrested for beating off in his car. Dude, look at him. I'm calling it, dude. I think he's going to get nailed. Dude, let's go. Petrazi said 2 years ago, my son had a kidney and liver transplant. Holy shit, Petrazi. That's insane. He's got a second chance at life today. He turns 28. So glad he's still here. Yes, we are too, dude. Congrats. That is fucking huge. Let's go. A success story. We love to hear it. Thank you, Petrazi. Holy shit, dude. Let's go. That is huge, as Bernie would say. Let's fucking go. Dude, that's what I think, man. I think this guy is going to get it. Dude, he's going to get it, bro. Now, as long as we're on the brain rot, though, guys, we do have to address this, okay? This was the announcement today, is Marjorie Taylor Greene's bill, okay, about, making it criminalizing for hormones or any gender-affirming care treatments for trans minors. And like, guys, this fucking bothers me. And it bothers me for two main reasons, okay? Reason number one is that, like, we have really serious problems. We have homelessness. We have school shootings, of which there have been like 5, 7 of them since Charlie Kirk died. And there's just, you know what I'm saying? A lot of school shootings. We have poverty that is getting out of control. Every day, it's like harder for us to survive. And then we get news reports that Elon's going to be a trillionaire. And we have like TPUSA and Elon threatening our elected officials, like, do my bidding or we're going to run you out of government. We have all this shit. Congress people getting wealthy on stock trades. 93% of the stock market owned by 10% of the people. Most of us are struggling to survive. And instead of like addressing any of those problems, healthcare is rising. What are we doing with Social Security, Medicare, elder care? We're addressing none of those issues. And instead they're like, you know what? We're going to pass legislation that tells parents what they can do with their kid. Now that's one, is you have parents, kids, and doctors who should be able to manage their own shit without the government. But here's my other problem, guys, is this is a one-way bill, okay? If you have a straight kid who's cisgendered, they can get gender-affirming care, okay? If you have a straight kid that is like, your daughter, like they used to do when I was younger, the daughter's getting boobs in 5th grade, and they want to like hormones to like slow that shit down, right? Or puberty blockers, the cisgendered girl can have them, right? The cisgendered kids can fucking get gender affirming care, and it's not illegal. But if you're transgender, your care is all of a sudden illegal. And that I have a real fucking problem with. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Why are you making laws that affect 1% of the population? Why? What, you know what I'm saying? Why? How is that materially affecting the rest of the world? No, what you're doing is you're trying to send some ulterior message that 1% of the population is the cause of some major problem. So you're going to regulate that 1% of the population to what? To show that you have control, to show that like you're right. And they're all fucking Bible humping brain rotters. They're like that guy we just listened to, dude, I have a fucking problem with this shit. I do. Now, I don't think this thing passes the Senate. Okay. You know, I mean, think about this, guys. Think about if they had a law that said, you know what? Red-headed women are not allowed to get a certain type of health care before the age of 18. What kind of law would that be? Right? If you have red hair and freckles, you're not allowed to have, you know, counseling or any type of skin treatments before the age of 18. Right? Right? If you're a blonde white guy, you're not allowed to have certain types of health care when you're a minor. Right? What the fuck, bro? You know? I mean, dude, right? That's what they're doing. You know? That's what they're doing. They're essentially saying, you know what? We don't believe trans kids exist, so we're going to make sure that trans kids aren't allowed to have care. So then what will they do? They'll have a choice of either being not trans or they'll take their own fucking life, and then they won't have to deal with any more trans kids. Dude, this shit is some bullshit, man. No gloves for left-handers? Yeah. Dude. Fucking A, bro. And they're not even, dude, they're not even passing laws about the real problems. Okay? Yeah, we have much more important issues. Now, guys, let me just tell you, you ready? It's like, yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't like this shit. I don't like this, you know, because it is a biblical, it's entirely a biblical law. Okay? If they do this, okay, then the next thing they're doing is they're Bibling away birth control. They're Bibling away, you know, right? They want to Bible away abortion. They're Bibling away birth control. They're going to Bible away gay marriage. They're going to Bible away fucking premarital sex, right? They're going to Bible away. Did I choose to be straight? I did not. I was born straight. Dude, in fact, I tried to be gay, guys. I mean, I didn't try, but I did. I checked it out. I went and had a gay experience to see, all right, am I going to become gay if I go have a gay experience? And no, you're not. I did not become gay. I closed my eyes. I thought of a girl. I had the experience. And then I was like, all right, well, I'm definitely not gay. But, you know, you don't have to be gay to try it, but you'll know if you're gay once you try it. You know what I'm saying? You'll know. I mean, think about it. You know, the reality is this, right? Is like in all actuality, we could all, as we grow up, could engage in sex with lots of different types of people, and then you would find out if you're gay or not. If you were gay, you would like it, or bisexual, you would really like it, and you would participate in it. It's not like for example, guys, you ready? It's because the thing about this is just it's an affinity, okay? It's not, you know what I mean? It's an affinity. Like, for example, okay? Somebody may like steak and somebody may not like steak. They may like shrimp, and somebody may not like shrimp and like steak. It is simply an affinity. There's no genetic reason. There's not a gene that makes you like steak or shrimp. There's not a gene that makes you like have a taste for, you know, country music or whatever. It's like gay is not about the sex. It's about an affinity and an attraction. Okay? If you, like, any man could have sex with any man, it happens in prison all the time. They need to have sex. There's a hole there. We're going to have sex. That does not make you gay. What makes you gay is if you have an attraction to men. Like, you can hate sex and never have sex and be fucking gay, okay? It has nothing to do with the sex. It is an attraction. But like, a straight man can have sex with a man and still be straight because he's not attracted to the man. It is simply having sex with a man would not make you gay, okay? It doesn't work like that. You know what I'm saying? You're gay if you're attracted to men. You know, if you had sex with a man and you were like, oh yeah, that felt really natural and I'm really attracted to guys, then yeah, you're gay or bisexual if you like it with women too. But if you're straight and you're not attracted to men at all, you can certainly have sex with a man and still be straight. I mean, dude, I'm straight and I've had sex with plenty of women that I did not find attractive. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Like when I was in the mood to have sex with a woman, I just needed someone who was willing. I didn't have to be attracted to her. There are ways to sort of like, I mean, it's different. You have to use a little more of your imagination if you're having sex with somebody you are not attracted to. But like married couples do it all the time. They fucking hate each other and they still have sex, even though they're not attracted to each other, you know? Right, you put alcohol involved, and then, you know, I mean, these organs are, you stimulate the organs and they do their thing, okay? Right? It's like, dude, that's the thing about this whole, gay weirdness thing, is like, there are so many shades of it. Like, actually being gay means you have an attraction and an affinity and this, like, romantic sort of connection with people of your same sex. And if you don't have that, you could still have sex. I mean, I think ultimately, guys, you ready? Here's my thing, okay? So my thing is I believe if we had a society that wasn't so whacked out, okay, where people weren't so like fucked up about this whole concept of gay or not gay, we would have an environment where as people were progressing through puberty, they would hook up with different genders and different sexes and like without any judgment, and they would discover if they're gay or not gay or bi or not bi or what have you, right? And you would discover it. You would, you know, men would have sexual experiences with men and they would discover, yeah, no, I'm still not attracted to guys. So I guess I'm not into that thing. Like, but you would find out by trying it the same way that you can't tell if you like shrimp until you eat a fucking shrimp. You know what I'm saying? You can't look at shrimp and be like, oh, I don't like shrimp. You got to bite into it. And then when you bite into it, you're like, oh, I fucking love this. Or, oh, no, I don't like this at all. And it's the same shit with sexuality, right? And so for me, I tried it in the 90s. I mean, it was a time where they were saying, oh, if you're gay, you're going to turn gay. The teacher's going to turn you gay. And so I went and tried it. And I could tell you, you don't turn gay. Okay. After that, I didn't desire hanging out with men. I was not attracted to men. I was not attracted to the guy that I let give me a blowjob. I mean, we did a bunch of cocaine and I drank a bunch of alcohol. And at that point, I would have taken a blowjob from anybody. It didn't matter, right? Because I was high and that's what that shit does to you. But the point being is like I had to close my eyes and think of a girl, okay? And he obviously was really good with the equipment because that was his thing. But it was like, it didn't change my sexuality having that experience. And I don't even think I'm bisexual because I never had a desire to do that again. But you know what I did walk away with, guys? You know what I did come away with? I didn't come away being gay, and I didn't come away with being bisexual, but I came away with realizing that that gay man was just like me. He was just attracted to people in a different way. But he was no fucking different than me, guys. He like treated me the way I would treat girls when I would woo them. He was like, you know what I'm saying? He was just like me, except he found me like hot as shit, and I wasn't attracted to him at all. You know what I'm saying? I didn't find him really attractive at all. I mean, I wasn't repulsed by him. I didn't like go, you know, it wasn't like a Laura Loomer situation, but he was just like me. I came away with a fundamental understanding that these people are not, they're not aberrations. They're not weirdos. They're exactly the same as us. They just like look at a different thing and find it attractive. That's it. That's all it is. You know what I mean? That's all it is. It is like nothing, you know? It is like so inconsequential. Okay? You know what I mean? Yeah, they're people just like me. Dude, just fucking like me. Like, except when we go out, I would be looking at the women and being like, oh my God, I'm getting so excited. And he looks at the men and he's feeling the same thing. Like, it is really simple. It like my my views on gender and sexuality and all of that changed in an instant. Like I felt like I walked away with the answer that like, wow, this is just a non-issue. Like we have these people with Bibles and all these freaky people and they're trying to separate the groups when in actuality, it is simply like a non-issue. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's crazy. It's like you like what you like. Yeah, exactly. And that's it, you know? But there's so much misinformation around it. You know, there really is. There's a lot of misinformation. Candace says it's a choice. See, my thing is this, guys. I don't think being gay or not being gay is a choice. I think you're gay or you're not gay. I think, much like I did, you can be straight and choose to have gay experiences, right? You know what I'm saying? Like men in prison do it all the time, okay? Where they go and they're not gay, but they need to have sex. And there's fucking sex available in the prison and it is with other men. Or like my friend Don, who was a straight guy, but he did gay porn for money, okay? Because it paid really well. And his friends were all gay porn stars. But Don was like, he was not gay, dude. He was not gay. He was straight as fuck, but he did a little gay porn for money because he made a bunch of money hardly working. And it was just a scene. He liked those guys. All his friends were gay dudes. And so he had no problem. It was like having sex with his good buddies for money. You know what I mean? And like, you know, it was just a job. But like, so you can engage in, like, you could choose to have a sexual experience. But if you're gay, you will discover it when you have that sexual experience. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of the way I see it. That like, the gay or not is you. That's in you. And then, you know, and you may have a shade of it. You know what I'm saying? You may have a fucking whatever, you know. It's fucking, you know, it's just not a big deal. You're celibate 7 years by choice. Yeah. I mean, dude, I don't know, the whole sex hang up is like a religious thing. It is. I mean, the sex hang up is a religious thing, you know? It's naturally occurring in animals. Do they choose? I don't know how animals do it, right? But I think you could choose to have like gay sex, but that doesn't mean you are gay. Okay. I don't think having gay sex makes you gay. I think if you're gay, like having gay sex would be a way to confirm you're gay or not gay. You could absolutely go have some gay sex. And after you have that sex, you'll know if you're gay or not, right? You know what I mean? Or bisexual or not. But I don't think if you go and have gay sex, you are gay, right? I think, you know what I'm saying? I think everybody could have sex with everybody. Like, it's only a social thing that makes people think sex is like an issue. That's why if you go back hundreds, 1,000 years, everybody just had sex with everybody. There was no gay or straight, right? Until religion showed up. There was like, they just had sex with whomever. It wasn't a thing. There wasn't this idea of even being gay is like a social attachment to it. Whereas like in theory, if you got rid of gender designation, if there was no M and F and there were no genders, people could be attracted to and have sex with whomever they wanted, and there wouldn't even be a gay or a straight. Like, we created this. We decided to assign, like, you know, gender indicators to people, and then we've engaged in labeling the different behavior of those gender assignments that we've made as this or that, okay? You know, it's like, dude, it's like the color orange and the color red, okay? You could change orange to blue and red to yellow, and they would still be the same fucking colors. It would just be now, oh, this is yellow and this is red, right? But like, you know, the yellow or the red or the blue, those are just things we've assigned to a particular experience. You know, the light refracts off shit and creates this one looking thing, and we've assigned the label blue to that. okay? The same way that they're trying to assign the label of male or female, or right? You know, whereas like, you know, there's probably plenty of women that have penises and plenty of men that have vaginas. It's just we've labeled people for, you know, 1,000 years on the presence of a penis or a vagina. And all of that is just labels. It's just nonsensical. Okay, dude, it's always better after a nice dance party. Let's go, Uncle F. That's why I think the world would be better without gender labels. I do. I think a world without gender labels would be fucking amazing, bro. It would be amazing. It would be so cool. You know what I'm saying? It would. It would be there would be a freedom involved in that. You know? I mean, this is, guys, you ready? So we're going to have to get our things. We're going to have to go on a blitz here, but I want to say one more statement here. Okay? So what I will say is this is the this is why the woman's sports argument in transgender rights is so convoluted. Okay? Because listen to me, okay? Because the thing about this, guys, is there is this thing where when people talk about transgender people, they always run to this men and women's sports designation, and they say, we got to protect women's sports. But I say, why would you do that? Like, women's sports was not created to protect women, okay? Women's sports happened because women were not allowed to be in sports. They were prevented for thousands of years. They were just simply, you can't do sports. You are not capable. You can't do it. So for thousands of years, women did not evolve in physical sporting ways. And then eventually they were given women's sports as a place where now you can compete, but only against each other. So you guys can never evolve to compete with the men over here. Okay? So like, right? Like, women's sports was not created to protect women. It was created because they were not allowed to participate. And then it was a place they were put to prevent them from ever being able to compete with the men. Okay? All you can do is compete with everybody else who is 6,000 years of evolution behind in sports. And so, like, that's bullshit. We shouldn't be protecting women's sports. We should be trying to evolve sports to where everybody can compete at a high level. Women should be able to compete at the same high level as men do, instead of just always being the like, oh, this woman is, 20 seconds behind the man. It's not because women aren't capable of being as fast as the man. It's because women are never allowed to compete against people at a higher level. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. If you had men like if men had been prevented from competing for thousands of years and the women were the ones that were allowed to compete, they would be the higher performing group. You know what I'm saying? I mean, look at some of this shit. Look at some of the some of the female animals that are more aggressive and powerful. I mean, it's really, some of that is like socialization and shit. So like, I get that like people don't want their daughters to be denied sporting opportunities. Okay. Like, of course. But the point is I actually think like instead of transgender like athletes being looked at as like they're going to ruin sports, I think some transgender athletes are going to provide a different type of competition that's going to evolve women's sports to be more competitive. You're going to have more like even the cisgendered women over time are going to become more intense competitors, right? When they have new fucking challenges. Like, there shouldn't be a reason why high level women don't get to compete against high level men. Like, women's sports was not created to give women a safe place. And in fact, what Greg said right there, it really rings true that historically women's sports, they couldn't compete. They're way behind physically. So even when they finally got it, it was like we're going to give you this, but you can only compete with each other, and we're not going to take it seriously. And then, in fact, many of the coaches and doctors and trainers are male predators in gymnastics, in basketball, in fucking every other fucking sport. How many women? My God, Riley Gaines, the queen of trans rights, right? Her coach was raping her fucking teammates at University of Kentucky while she was a swimmer there. There you go. That's women's sports. You're relegated to this other thing, and there's predatory coaches and trainers that are like, are being predators and attacking the athletes. All right, you ready? Here we go, guys. Now we got to get serious. We got 5 minutes. We need 12 and 5 for the dance party. Let's go. That's my spiel. All right, that's my spiel. You're welcome, Marcy. Dude, I'm telling you, I feel like we need to have an honest discussion about this shit. Okay? We do. And yes, the predator coaches are benefiting from the trans panic the same way that, like, the rapists in college are benefiting from the trans panic. 10,000 women report rapes in college every year in the NCAA, but the NCAA is like focusing on 10 trans athletes. Furrow, let's go. All right, 4 minutes, guys. We got to get serious. We got to hunker down. We got to do it. We got to get this dance party. We need, what do we need? We need 11 in 4. All right, we need a flurry. Let's go. Hey-oh, hey-oh, hey-oh. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, I'm going to make a video of that. That needs to be a video. Oh, here we go. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. We're coming in. We're under the wire, dude. Brave political Oprah. That is me, dude. BPO. Dude, Jim Jordan. What a fucking scoundrel that guy is. Don't even get me started on that guy. Jesus. All right, there we go. Let's go, boss. Proud liberal coming through. All right. Almost there, guys. 10 more. 10 and 4. We got this. That's like 3 a minute. And we're good to go. Let's go. Good rant. That was a good rant. Dude, I have very strong feelings about this because I know that they have used the sports thing as like a trigger to get people activated to where they turn their back on transgender people so they can create this enemy that allows men to continue to be predators. But like, dude, women's sports was not created to protect women. It arose out of the denial of women to be able to participate. Dude, 𝗙𝗏𝗄𝗎 and Justin, let's go. There it is. 8 more. Oh, we got this. 8 and 3, baby. We got it. Oh, shit. Oh, down to the wire. Dude, it always goes down to that last second. Oh, Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Dude, Lord. What's their beef? There's no sex in heaven. They don't need to reproduce without a body. Dude, I don't know what people's beef is, right? People think that some people think that transgender women are a danger to women, but I just don't see that. Dude, Uncle F, dang old Scoot. Let's go. Old Scoot. 2 minutes. There we go. 𝗙cie_𝗶𝗆 coming in hot. Let's go. Oh. And it's 2:24, 6 left, right? Let's go. And Blue Dragon, the thing is, though, is you could have sports that's not about build, that's about testosterone. There are many ways to classify sports. I mean, as it is now, sports is fundamentally unfair. Even if you have all cisgendered athletes, right? The woman athlete, the cisgendered woman athlete who has more testosterone and a bigger body is likely going to outperform and stomp all the other athletes. So sports is fundamentally unfair to begin with, if you want to look at that. You know what I'm saying? But you want to evolve it over time to increase the level of competition of women, right? And to allow everybody to participate. Dude, we got 1 minute. Oh, shit, dude, we need 6 in 1.5 minutes. Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's go. And what's more, we don't have a situation where there's like a whole bunch of like where no women are fucking winning races anymore. That doesn't exist. Happy 79th, Steven Spielberg. Let's go. All right, we need 5 more. 5 and 1. Oh shit. 4 and 1. 𝗙cie_𝗠𝗆 coming through. Let's go. Down to the wire, dude. Last minute. And again, though, you ready? Here's it again. You ready? Even if we want to tackle physical differences, testosterone levels, all that shit. Hold on. We're going to get these 4. We got to get these 4, and then we're fucking going to get it. 3 more. Let's go. Go, go, go. All right. Oh, shit. Ah! Oh, shit, dude. 40 seconds. We got a dance party coming down to the wire. 30. Oh, Lord have mercy. I have a thought about this, though. How about none ya, as in none ya damn business? Let's go, Uncle F. 2 more. 20 seconds. Oh, dude, 1 more. Happy 24th to Billie Eilish. Dude, I love Billie Eilish. Let's go, Proud Liberal. Thank you. All right, last one. Here it is, 14, 13. There it is. Let's go, Casino. Love this channel. Thank you, Casino. Oh, dude, 𝗙cie_𝗠𝗆 final. Let's go. Oh. All right, so you ready? Okay, so even if, let me put a hypothetical here, okay? And let me put a hypothetical that with the entry of some transgender athletes now, we may be dealing with the situation where there is a physical advantage or a perceived physical advantage. Let's just say that that does exist. Just to say that what they're afraid of, if we want, for the sake of argument, we say, okay, right now there might be some advantage, you know, the same way that like when a video game comes out and they bring in a new character or new weapon, it's way overpowered in the beginning, okay? Because it's brand new and it hasn't been tested. So that when transgender athletes are newly competing in sports, there may be some unbalance of their skill because it's this brand new thing. Now, the way to deal with that situation is to say, okay, let's have compassion for the transgender athlete. Let's have compassion for the non-transgender athletes, the cisgendered athletes, and let's all get to the table and discuss how can we make this work? Can we make it work? Can we like set up some roadmaps of hormone levels that make it so there's not too much of an advantage? Can we create some type of system that like equalizes this out? Is there a way that we can look at this situation that we have of these people and sit at a table together and discuss like how or in what way we can try to make this a situation that doesn't feel threatening to anybody? We should be able to do that, okay? But the thing is the fuel behind a lot of the transgender athletes in sports isn't really about sports performance or physical advantage. It is about a denial that transgender youth even exist. So for them, they don't want to come to the table with the trans youth in order to figure out what the problem is or if we can make it. They insist that they're not trans youth, that they are simply not like any type of woman at all, any type of girl. There's somebody who's trying to take advantage of the system, someone who's trying to harm their daughters, someone who's trying to harm their religion. There's like this whole fucking thing that is beyond the like, well, we got 10 trans athletes in the NCAA. Can we make it so they can compete? Can we figure this out? Because we should be able to figure it out. I mean, guys, I had a fundamentally negative, like my thing is this. I thought the way sports operates in America before even the trans issue, I thought we have a problem with American sports. We do, because we have a problem that a whole bunch of kids want to participate in sports, but sports is geared to find the most outrageous athletes and to elevate them to stardom. Meanwhile, all the other people just get chewed up like a fucking meat grinder. So you go to the average high school team and everyone else is just getting run roughshod over a couple of spectacular athletes that we cheer for. And a lot of people come away from sports having a negative self-opinion of themselves being reinforced. Like, if you're not Tom Brady, you have no business playing fucking football, right? And right, if you're not fucking, Deion Sanders, you're not even an athlete. And so what's crazy about this is a lot of our youth sports harms a lot of kids. And it reinforces that if you're not a star athlete, you ain't shit. You're just a plebe, okay, that is there to get run over to elevate somebody else to being a millionaire. And I think that, like, there's so much about sports, about, like, learning to be competitive and learning to fucking, like, do better than you think you can do, and learning to fucking train and be disciplined and work with the team, or to meet fucking goals. Like, there's so much good shit you can get from sports that a lot of kids don't get, because our sports is just a capitalist star-making machine, okay? And that's a real fucking problem. Like, we already have a festering issue in youth sports that has nothing to do with transgender people. And I think we should use the transgender people as like, not use them, but I think we should use the transgender community's desire to participate. We should use that as an opportunity to maybe figure out some of these other festering issues in sports. Like, maybe we can create some sports, like, you know what I mean? Like, for me, you know what I always thought, guys? I always thought we should do the reverse, that we should keep youth sports, right? We should keep youth sports as like the non-professionals, okay? That the youth sports should be about kids that are not going to go to the pros, kids that are not good at sports, that are just learning the good thing. That should be high school sports. And then we should have a special, like, athletes league regionally, every 4 counties or whatever, right? You could break the state into 3 regions or 4 regions and have 4 athletes leagues. So if your kid is a spectacular athlete, you have the option of taking them into that other school for pro athletes, and let the parents who have the pro athletes have to go out of their way to, like, elevate their kid to the pros, instead of the rest of us having to, like, be the vehicle that launches them when most people are not going to the pros. 99% of athletes don't go to the pros. So why is our entire athletic system for kids set up to support only that 1%? Capitalism. It's the same bullshit as everything else in our fucking system. 99% of the people get chewed up, so 1% of the people become millionaires. And they do it in youth sports too. Youth sports should be about the kids that aren't good. Just go out and play and have a good time and participate and feel good about yourself. And if you want to compete at the pros, your parents can drive you to the special league. They can put you in the special fucking league, and let the special athletes go compete against themselves and become pros if they want to dedicate their whole life to it. Let the rest of us just be human beings that aren't trying to be the fucking, Tom fucking Brady, okay? That would fix sports. Then you wouldn't have to worry about all this shit, okay? You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, there you go. That's my take on it. Standing O, I'll take the standing O. Let's go. Dude, because, I mean, you're right, what Brownbird said. Every school has a jockocracy. They do. Like, schools separate early on to where the good athletes get elevated to some type of cool, some type of aristocratic sort of thing. Then everyone below them is just a little plebe that needs to get out of the way for the special fucking, aristocrats of the school. It's bullshit. Okay, a lot of times those jocks are fucking, they're not even bright. They're not even good people, man. They're one blown out knee away from being a fucking gas station attendant. That's literally what they are. Most of these pro fucking whatever, these great high school athletes, they're like one knee surgery away from being a cashier dude at a car wash, right? Dude, jockocracy, idiocracy. Let's go. There you go, baby. Dude, and guys, it gets even worse though in the pros. I mean, I'm a big Raiders fan, but like when you get into the pros, guys, there's a handful of athletes that are making 40 million a year, that are living the life, that have all the money, and there's a there's a whole bunch of fucking, you know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of like linemen that are making the league minimum of $700,000 a year that may only have 2 years in that league. They spent their entire life to get there in the NFL, and after 2 years they get injured. They made $1.4 million and they're done, and they have nothing else, but they're being chewed up to give all the money to like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady and some celebrity who's making $150 million contract. Like the NFL does the same shit. Like these guys get there, spend their whole life getting there, and they get fucking chewed up. You know what I'm saying? They get chewed up for the 1%. But it comes back to capitalism. You know what I'm saying? It does. Yeah, you have a guy like Geno Smith who gets overpaid, bro. Like, dude, a quarterback is going to make $50 million even if he's terrible, dude. Right? Because of that bullshit fucking hierarchy. You know? All right. Well, let's go. That's my take. All right, moving on. What else we got? Let me look at what we got here. All right, we got Candace. Dude, all right, Trump live crash out. I mean, I don't know if we're going to get to all this. We may have to bump some of the Candace shit, right? Dude, we may get behind on Candace Owens. But, dude, am I going to answer your question? I don't know. I haven't seen your question, right? Or are you not talking to me? Are you fucking, like, arguing with somebody in chat again? Right? Dude, whenever somebody says, are you going to answer my question, or are you going to just deflect? That's like, it's not a way to get an answer. Nobody's usually going to answer the person who says that. Right? Right? If you ask a question like that, are you going to answer my question, or are you going to just deflect? Like, they're not going to answer. That is like, you're basically telling that person, you're like, I'm like, beat it, nerd. I mean, dude, it's hard. That is asking a question that, like, you don't want the answer to the question, because you're basically setting it up so the person doesn't answer it. You know? So I would not ask questions that way. Otherwise, you're just fucking making people think you're like being a fucking beat it, nerd. I like that phrase. All right. Next up, dude. What do we got? Well, let's go. I think, you know, if you want an answer, right, you should frame it like a question that wants an answer. All right, let's go. Oh, shit. Dude, look at this. Oh, my God. Look at this. Speaking of Rob Reiner, okay, look at this shit. Okay, Rob Reiner they're trying to tie him in. Okay, now that he's dead, they're trying to attach him to Barack Obama. Right? They're trying to attach him to Barack Obama. They're trying to make him like some sort of like traitor conspiracy. I mean, have you guys seen this? The Rob Reiner shit? This is crazy because he was anti-Trump like many of us. But they are fucking trying to create a narrative. They're still on the Obama shit. Oh, Lord. All right. Dude, Obama, they just can't get over it. Look at this shit. This is crazy, dude. Oh, I got to save this, boss. Right? You ready? Look at this shit. Right? Look at this. I was just asked on a phone call about my thoughts on Venezuela. My answer, plant our flag in the center of it. He got community noted because he was like, peace with Trump, war with Kamala. You choose. But guys, dude, the entire Republican Party, guys, is this shit, bro. Is right here. This is MAGA, right? Isn't this? This is fucking MAGA right here. Dude, war is good now. War is good now. Oh, shit. Dude, let's go. Oh, Lord have mercy. Dude. But now look at that. Now plants are flagging it. So they're cool with war, right? They are cool with war, guys. They're cool with war as long as it's coming from their guy, okay? Their guy is good with war. Gunther, dude, Gunther is not even his real name. Dude, this guy, Gunther Eagleman, his name is David. He's a former cop, okay? His name is David Freeman, right? And he is a former police officer, okay? David J. Freeman. He was a police officer for like a year or some shit, okay? And he resigned from the police department, okay? But he was a cop for like a year, and he's a fraud, all right? He's not, Gunther Eagleman is a made-up fucking name, of course, right? But if you call him out about it too, he'll block you, right? Just so you know. But he's a fucking clown show, dude. He's a fraud. Fake entity, dude. Getting paid by somebody, right? All right, so Trump presser, dude, I guess we just go to Rupar. Dude, what is going on with the Trump presser? What was this shit, dude? Right, here's where we start.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years,
that's not true. It's up. Inflation is up.
Would say in the history of our country, which caused prices to be higher than ever before.
Prices are going up. Can I just show you something, guys? You ready? You know how I order Rockstar, right? Right? You know with me, I have, you got the full speech. Thank you, Natalie. You know I got Rockstar, guys? Right? Every month I get Rockstar.
In America.
Okay? Look at what happened. Look at what happened this month, guys, to my Rockstar. You ready? Look at this shit. Look at that. Spend $22 for 12 cans for a year of 16 months. It's been anywhere from 22, maybe it's 24, right? Look at that jump. $6, a 30% increase, right? You know what this is? It's tariffs. The tariffs are now starting to kick in, okay? Dude, isn't that crazy? Dude, 30%, right? That's nuts. $12 more, boss. Like, fucking, and we're going to start seeing this with a lot, okay? It's literally just starting. Like, these tariffs, they've been burning through stock, and now it's like, this shit is just going to fucking, is going to start going up, dude. How much is that a can? That is now like $2 and $2.30 a can, okay? It's still cheaper than buying it at the grocery store, although sometimes you'll find them like, fucking, $1 each at the store. But yeah, dude, all of the soda, soda as it is, like, guys, soda as it is already gone up. My God, dude, soda is now like $10 for like a 12-pack or something. It's like beer price now. And it costs nothing to make, okay? But you know what I mean? Dude, it's crazy. Tariff, yeah, it's the cans, the aluminum cans, right? But it doesn't matter, though, because the bottles have gone up, too. A 2-liter bottle of soda used to be 99 cents. Dude, it costs like a nickel to make. A 2-liter bottle is like $3 for a 2-liter bottle of soda. What the fuck, bro? It's ridiculous. Yeah, dude, this shit is crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's insane, dude. It's insane. But this shit is going to start fucking going up, going up. And again, yeah, somebody did say it in chat that, dude, Joe Biden did not cause inflation, guys. Okay, Joe Biden did not cause inflation. The pandemic caused inflation. We were not in a situation where the whole world didn't have any inflation and America had a bunch of inflation, that would have been Joe Biden. Okay, if the whole world had no inflation and America had 7% inflation, that would maybe be Joe Biden, maybe be his economic policy. But when the whole world has inflation and America's is like, we're recovering better than everyone else, that means Joe Biden did a good job.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it. When I took office, inflation was the worst in 48 years, and some would say in the history of our country, which caused
some would say
prices to be higher than ever before, making life unaffordable for millions and millions of Americans.
And again, just it's getting unaffordable as we speak, Donnie.
This happened during a Democrat administration, and it's when we first began hearing the word affordability. Our border was open, and because of this, our country was being invaded by an army of 25 million people, many who came.
Fact check, nope, there were not 25 million people, guys. 25 million people would be like one in 11 people in America are undocumented. Absolutely not true. You go to most of the small towns and there's like 1 in 100 is fucking right. 5 in 100 are even non-white, much less, anyone who's like not legal, right? But there are undocumented people in America at most, maybe 5 million total in the entire fucking country, right? Maybe 7 million, maybe, but that's like not just came in under Biden. That is like everybody who's here, who's been, including the people who've been here for 20 years. We're talking maybe 5 to 7 million, dude. But this number, when he was campaigning, started at 5, then it went to 8, then it went to 10, then 12, then 15, then 20. Now it's 25. Ever increasing. It's a lie.
Came from prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums.
Jerking.
They were drug dealers, gang members, and even 11,888 murderers, more than 50% of whom killed.
Again, those like people, those undocumented people that have committed murder that are in jail, they didn't come in under Biden. Those were people who have come in 40 years. There have been 11,000 like undocumented people over 40 years that have come into America and gotten arrested for murder, and they're in jail. They didn't come in under Biden. Okay. Again, he's just lying to lie. Okay. Like a lot of lies.
More than one person. This is what the Biden administration allowed to happen to our country. And it can never
he's
be
holding
allowed
on
to
for dear
happen
life.
Again. We had men playing in women's sports, transgender for everybody, crime at record levels with law enforcement, and words such as that just absolutely forbidden.
Dude, first off, all lies. There's no transgender for everybody, right? Dude, what the fuck, bro? Like, no transgender for everybody. There's like 10 trans athletes in all of the NCAA, and crime is not even remotely what it was in the 90s, not even close. I mean, dude, crime came down under Biden. It spiked during the pandemic, of course. You have desperation, you have poverty, you have people with no way to make a livelihood. Like, yeah, crime went crazy during the pandemic, but that was like everywhere, right? But even then, it was like miles below what it was in the 90s, like not even close.
We had the worst trade deals ever made, and our country was laughed at from all over the world. But they're not laughing anymore. Over the past 11 months, we have brought more positive change to Washington than any administration in American history. There's never been anything like it, and I think most would agree. I was elected in a landslide, winning the popular vote, and
Dude, he won the popular vote by 1.4%.
All 7 swing states.
1.4%, guys. More people voted not Trump than Trump.
And everything else, with a mandate to take on a sick and corrupt system that really just took the wealth from people and crushed the dreams of the American people.
Dude, Elon Musk is about to be a trillionaire. All right, FYI, and my fucking soda just went up 30%, my rock star. But Elon's going to be a trillionaire, guys.
For the last 4 years, the United States was ruled by politicians who fought only for insiders, illegal aliens, career criminals, corporate lobbyists, prisoners, terrorists.
Dude, this guy has literally just pardoned all of the 𝗙𝗶𝗃 criminals, including the sex offenders and the people that physically hurt cops. This guy pardoned one of the biggest drug dealers from Honduras. He pardoned the Silk Road guy who made like $200 million selling fentanyl and other drugs online with Bitcoin. He pardoned a fucking Chinese guy that was a money laundering for drug dealers, right? This guy has like helped fucking the billionaires like double their profits, and we are nothing, not even a raise to minimum wage.
And above all, foreign nations which took advantage of us at levels never seen before. They flooded your cities and towns with illegal aliens. They decimated your
that didn't happen.
hard-earned savings. They indoctrinated your children with hate for America. Really,
I don't think we have hate for America. We have hate for you, you rapist, Epstein bestie prick, but we don't have hate for America.
They just released a level of violent felons that we had never seen to prey on innocent. They caused war. They caused mayhem. They caused a horrible situation.
War. There's war now. I didn't know we had a war here.
You have a president who fights for the law-abiding, hardworking people of our country.
No, we have a president who only takes care of MAGA people, right? Like, if you're a blue voter in America, he's like, fuck you. I'm not going to help you when a hurricane fucking destroys your house. I'm going to try to fuck you over and try to take away all the money for your state because you didn't vote for me. That's the president we have now. If you're a white trash MAGA who votes for him, he's going to give you subsidies. You get socialism. You get farm welfare when you get destroyed by his tariffs. But if you're a blue state person, he's like, fuck you. I hope you're dead, is what he says. I'm going to send in the National Guard and try and attack you.
The ones who make this nation run, who make this nation work. And after just 1 year, we have achieved more than anyone could have imagined.
Okay, so, dude, I think I'm done, okay? Right? I don't know about you, but do you feel like you've seen enough? I feel like I'm actually ready to go watch a little Candy O. I'm serious. Dude, we've watched 3 minutes of this, and there's not been, like, one morsel of truth in there. And it's literally, guys, it's literally the same shit he's been saying for fucking 5 years, bro. Right? Like, what else is he going to say? He's going to say he won in 2020. He's going to make up some lies about individual people. Maybe he'll attack some Somalis or Ilhan Omar or call out some individual that, right? He might say something nasty about Rob Reiner, right? I mean, dude, it's like, this is all bullshit, right? Does he get angry and angrier? Yeah, let's jump in. Let's do this. Let's just jump in the middle and see where it goes, all right, shall we? You ready? Let's go in right here, see what we got.
Decades have been used successfully. All jobs have been in the prices are going up much faster than inflation. How big is that? Very importantly, there are more people working today than at any time in American history.
Dude, unemployment is up to almost 5%. 1 million jobs have been lost. In October, 100,000 jobs lost.
And 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all.
Well, yeah, dude, he's been eliminating government jobs. And guess what? Government jobs had better health care, had better retirement benefits. So he's basically said, you know what? We've taken away the jobs with really good fucking benefits. And now you can get shitty jobs that don't pay well. Like, what a dink.
All jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great. This historic trend will continue. Already, I've secured a record-breaking $18 trillion of investment into the United States, which
No, he hasn't. Can I just show you guys? Can I show you something? Hold on. I'm bringing receipts. Fuck this. Wait, I got receipts, guys. You ready? There is a page in the U.S. government that tracks the national debt. Okay? Our national debt. Dude, let me find it here. U.S. Treasury. Here it is. Look at this. Debt to the penny. Okay? He said he's created 18 trillion in investment. He's also said he took in 18 trillion from tariffs. So let me look at this. You ready? So if we look at our debt, okay, and we go in here, like, let's fucking go to let's go to when he took office. We're going to go back. You ready? When he took office. Okay. When he took office, guys, all right, on January 21st, the national debt was $36 trillion. 36 trillion. Okay? Now, the national debt is 38 trillion. He has added $2 trillion to the national debt. $2 trillion, guys, in 10 months. 10 months. 2 trillion. That's like more than 5% in less than a year. Not even a year. Okay? Now, Joe Biden added 7.4 trillion, right? Or no, Joe Biden added like 8 trillion in 4 years, but it was pandemic recovery. Okay? And this is before his tax cuts that are going to explode the debt. So he says $18 trillion, but like, dude, in 10 months, he's added more than 5%. Okay? In 10 fucking months. And he's claiming that there's 18 trillion from tariffs and in new investment. But like, dude, we're not seeing that. The debt's going up at a rapid pace. It's going up faster than it was going up under Joe Biden during the pandemic. Okay? It is going up faster than it was during the pandemic recovery. And we haven't even been hit by their tax cuts.
Which means jobs, wage increases, growth, factory openings, and far greater national security. Much of this success has been accomplished by tariffs. My favorite word, tariffs.
Yeah.
These cuts.
You ready, guys? Tariffs. This is tariffs. Okay? Trump is raising money because my rock star is 30% more expensive. You know what I'm saying? Tariffs. There you go. Thank you. Thank you for those tariffs. Appreciate that. And you know where that money's going, guys? You know where that money, that right here, you know where this money's going for these tariffs? It's going to go to Elon Musk. It's going to go to Jeff Bezos. It's going to go to Argentina. It's going to go to the farmers. It's going to go to ICE. It's going to go to Mark Zuckerberg. It's going to go to Steve Witkoff and Howard Lutnick, fucking nutkick, right? And it's going to go to Donald Trump's family. That's where that money's going to go. Fucking piece of trash. All right, next.
We're taking advantage of our country for many decades to slash prices on drugs and pharmaceuticals by as much as 400, 500, and even 600%. In other words, your drug costs will be plummeting downward.
Dude, 600%. Dude, they are now going to pay you to use insulin. Dude, a 600% drop would mean if you are paying $100 for the drugs, right? That means they're going to pay you $500 to fucking use the drug, dude. That would be a 600% drop. You are now getting paid $500. Dude, what are we doing?
And I use the national energy emergency. Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon in much of the country.
All right, dude, first off, gas is a little bit cheaper in some parts of the country. in the red parts of the country that are near the pipelines. Gas is cheaper, but it's not insanely cheaper. I mean, look at where it was here, dude. It's like it was mostly above here, and now it's a little bit down, but like, dude, it's going to come back up. It certainly is not going back down here again, right? But this was the pandemic, right? And again, though, gas prices alone don't mean anything. Because, guys, can I just tell you, you know what gas prices mean, guys? Let me just tell you. They try to lure you with gas prices, but you know what happens with gas prices? When this gas price goes down, that means Amazon gets to raise prices on shit and make 10 times more because now all their trucks are operating at a lower cost. This isn't going to bring down your grocery prices, okay? This is going to allow them to raise your grocery prices, and they make more money because they pay less for transportation. It's not going to affect your grocery prices at all, okay? Right? At all. And in fact, this is going to keep going up. We're just going to keep bouncing higher. And then, like, look at this and look at how much higher it is than this. Okay? We went from this to this. And then pretty soon the regular price is going to be this. And then it's going to be this. Come on, man.
Payments will be coming down even further early the new year, and you will see this. In the new year, I will announce some of the most aggressive housing reform plans in American history.
Dude, yeah, that 50-year mortgage, guys. In the new year, he's going to announce how you can now take a home loan out where you never even get to own your house, guys. You get to be a renter, okay, dude? Right? Yeah, you get to be a renter, essentially, for 50 years, and then most of you are going to die before that thing's even paid off, right? Dude, fucking clown show.
Of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants. At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency.
Oh, here we go.
The last administration and their allies in Congress brought in millions and millions of migrants and gave them taxpayer-funded housing while your rent and housing costs skyrocketed.
Dude, that's not true.
Over 60% of growth in the rental market came from foreign migrants.
Dude, the biggest problem with housing is venture capitalists and corporations buying houses, cash bids, leaving them empty, and then restricting the amount of housing that's available to buy, so you have to rent, and then only renting a small number of them out, okay? And they have been doing this in every hot real estate market. Austin, Portland, right? They go to cities. They're probably starting to do it in like Boise, okay? Where they go in and they just buy a bunch of houses. They pay cash and then they only rent out. Now you have to rent because you can't buy. There's nothing to buy. And then they rent them out, right? But they only rent some of them out, okay? And it's not BlackRock. It's Blackstone is the company that does that. Just for the record, BlackRock is very involved in stocks and all kinds of VC shit, but it is Blackstone is the company that is buying all the housing. Okay, we're gonna get technical about that. It's Blackstone that's doing it, right? It's this company, right here. This is the company that is fucking buying all the housing. Okay, Blackstone. Okay, what we do, we buy fucking real estate, dude. They $320 billion, okay, of fucking real estate capital under management that's like doubled. It's doubled in value because they buy. It's what this is, guys. It's fucking supply side, okay? I've told you about this. We've talked about it before. It used to be demand side economics, okay? And what was that? That meant if there was a high demand, the price would go up. If there was low demand, the price would come down. So demand used to fuel our economics. but we have moved into late stage capitalism where now it is supply side. And what does that mean? That means they restrict supply and the price goes up. They have plenty of supply. They have fucking, right? There's a huge demand for it, but they restrict the supply of everything. Okay? Right now, if they restrict the supply of the fucking soda, the price of your soda goes up. They restrict the supply of oil, the price of your fuel goes up. They restrict the supply of fucking housing, everything goes up. Okay? And yeah, no, the 50-year mortgage is just going to create more interest for the guys who are restricting supply. Okay? And this, guys, I'm telling you, man, when I was studying economics in the 80s, okay, because I went to UCLA and I switched to econ business for a little bit. And then I went to English creative writing. But dude, you take economics and the modern day econ, they're not doing it anymore about supply and demand. Now, modern day economics is about controlling and restricting supply in order to create fucking money. That's it. That's it. You restrict supply, you create the profits. It's fucking bullshit.
At the same time, illegal aliens stole American jobs and flooded emergency rooms, getting free health care and education paid for by you, the American taxpayer.
Dude, this is all fucking fantasy.
They
bro.
also increased the cost of law enforcement by numbers so high that they are not even to be mentioned. For the first time in 50 years, we are now seeing reverse migration as migrants go back home, leaving more housing and more jobs for Americans.
Yeah, but housing is still outrageously expensive, and there's unemployment has not been higher in years.
In the year before my election, all America first, and we are making America great again. Very simple. Exploited our taxpayers and pillaged every system that makes civilized society function. But not anymore, and you see that every day. Not anymore. We're putting America first, and we are making America great again.
All right, they're putting America first by giving farmers a bailout, by giving Argentina $40 billion, and by funneling all the money they can to fucking Israel, right? And funding the Israeli war machine, and like they're putting America first by destroying our relationship with our allies, okay? And by forging fucking alliances with a bunch of Middle Eastern companies that are making Trump like wealthy as shit. And now even guys with that military bonus, 1776, dude, first off, what is that? That's an insult, dude. $1,700? That's like a month's rent for a single apartment in a fucking major city, dude. That's nothing. That's not a bonus. That's an insult. You're risking your life and you get $1,700 as a little bonus. Like, and right? And then who's that money coming from? It's coming from the disabled. It's coming from health care for the elderly. So he's basically a bunch of disabled people are going to die and some elderly are going to die. And you get $1,700, which literally, okay, if I buy Rockstar, $72, that means like 5% of my fucking military bonus is gone from the increase in tariffs on the goddamn Rockstar. You're a breath of fresh air, dude. Appreciate your commentary and dirty ass mouth. Let's go, Shelby! Fuck yeah, baby! Oh! Dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, the tariff increase on my beverage has just eaten 5% of my bonus. Like, by the time I pay the tariffs, like, that bonus is gone, dude. What a piece of trash.
Very simple. We are making America great again. Tonight, after 11 months, our border is...
Dude, why is he screaming at me?
Secure. Inflation is stopped.
Dude.
Wages are up.
Inflation is stopped. No, it's not. It's up.
Prices are down.
No, they're not. They are up. Fuck you, Donald Trump, you fucking lying piece of shit.
Our nation is strong.
No, our nation is weak. We're having school shootings and shit. You can't even find the shooter of Brown University. Like, what the fuck, dude? You wouldn't have even found Charlie Kirk's shooter if the guy hadn't gone to the police station himself, you dumb fucker.
America is respected. And our country.
No, they're not. Everybody hates America. Everybody thinks we're damn fools, dude. Yeah, Europe and Canada, all of our allies have disowned us. The only person that likes us are fucking Jeffrey Epstein's lawyers, Ghislaine Maxwell, and fucking Vladimir Putin. You fucking clown. And Nayib Bukele, the fucking dictators. You fucking clown.
Country is back, stronger than ever before.
We're weak, and you are a fucking goon.
Poised for an economic boom, the likes of which the world has never seen. When the world looks at us next year, let them see a nation that is loyal to its citizens.
Yeah, let them see a nation that protects child molesters and passes laws about transgender obsession instead of any laws that actually help human beings.
Faithful to its workers, confident to its identity, certain to its destiny, and the envy of the entire globe.
Dude, we are the envy of no one right now. The entire globe looks at America and is like, WTF. All right, thank you, Trump. Fuck off, you fucking clown car. All right. Jesus, dude. Dude, he is Delulu, boss. All right, dude, we got to get a little Candy-O. All right? We're only going to get a little Candy-O. We're not going to be able to get all of it. All right, so we can either do we want to look at Candy-O on Piers Morgan, or do we want to look at Candy-O on her stream? Chat, you pick. All right, I'm going to put a 1-minute poll. All right, you guys pick. Start a poll, and Candy-O. I'm going to say Candy-O Piers, and it's yes or no. All right, and so. Oh, wait, no, here we go. Candy-O, which? Piers or stream? And how long? All right, there it is. There's our poll. Piers or stream, guys? We're gonna do, oh, stream. All right, Piers or stream? I'm going to vote for Piers, I think. All right. Ready? Dude. Fucking crazy. All right, we're going to let the song play till after the guitar solo, and then we're going to end the poll. So you have about a minute and a half. Red. Who's your lover now? Red, who's it all about? Me, I grew, if I do, if I do. Do anything that you would have said, but no, you chose to be red when you could be them. Here it comes, incoming guitar, yeah. Yeah, we'll do the 2-minute clip. Here we go. Poll is ending. Oh! All right, here it is. The winner is Piers. Now, I will say this though. So we do have a 2-minute clip of her on her stream, and we are going to watch that clip. Why red? I don't know. Why not? Red is typically associated with anger, right? So, right? I think that was probably the thinking at the time. I don't recall exactly. That song was written in the middle 90s, right? But you know, a lot of the 90s was me learning how to process and deal with my anger. So I'm guessing that's it, right? That's a good guess. But I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I can't say that. That's just a guess. I don't even remember why I wrote that song, right? I do know, though, that song was written about, like, there were a lot of relational issues, a lot of women, a lot of alcohol, a lot of cocaine, a lot of DUI. Like, I went through a lot of shit. And it was written around the time of this girl named Janine, who was, like, had a lot of issues. But I don't know. I don't know, right? And, I mean, some of it is just a vowel, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, realistically, if your vowel is right? It, like, blue is ooh, and red is red. So it's versus ooh. So, I mean, just to say, just so you guys know when you listen to songs, I know a lot of times you think there's, like, a lot of meaning, but let me just tell you that some of songs are literally just the vowel, guys. Okay? So if your vowel is A, you're going to go red, right? Because that's the vowel. If the vowel was ooh, like you're on blue, right? And you can attach meaning, blue, bruises, whatever, right? Bruise, blue. You start, like, making then metaphorical things. But ultimately, lyrics are just vowels. And I hate to, like, blow the doors off that for you, but sometimes the word choice is literally just the vowel you're using, and then you find words that fit with that vowel. Right? So, like, sometimes there just ain't a lot of meaning. It's like, no, it was an A vowel, right? And so red fit because it was red. Right? There you go. Would I post a song on Discord? No, I'm going to put them on streamers eventually. I think this year we're going to get all that shit taken care of. And we're going to get the other shit coming onto the thing. But I hate to ruin songwriting for you. I don't want to ruin songwriters for you. But, like, the vowel has a lot of play on the words. And then it becomes trying to create metaphor and some type of wordplay based around those vowel choices, right? And the vowel is just sort of like how your throat moves, you know, that's really it. All right, so let's go to Piers. All right, and we're going to get that clip. Give me that clip again for the stream thing. Natalie had a 2-minute clip.
Let's assume for a moment you're...
Okay, so there's an hour of them. All right, so let's find a good section here. Piers slams Candace. All right, so we're going to watch a little bit of Piers slamming Candace. We're going to watch a little bit about their meeting here. Oh, there it is. And then we have a 2-minute clip of Candace on her stream. We can't do too much of this, right? Because I do have to stream, so we may have to split this up. Or I have to go make videos. We may have to split this up, but we're going to look at her little stream clip too. So the stream clip happened before. Okay. So let's see. First off, Candace, she looks different, guys. I haven't seen her, like, I don't know. She looks sort of like battened down, right? Like a bat in the hatches. I see her and I'm like, huh, she looks a little like tight. You know what I mean? Right? And you know, but all right, here we go. Let's see what we got.
Amid all of that, she joins me now for her first interview since the meeting with Erica Kirk. Candace Owens, welcome back to Uncensored.
It's good to be with you at the end of another year.
Yes, and what a year it's been, not least for you. It's fair to say your fame continues to rise, infamy, some would put it, but you're always a welcome guest on Uncensored. Let's get to this extraordinary meeting that you had with 𝗙𝗏𝗏 𝗏. It came right after we saw her say in that CBS town hall, you should just stop with the conspiracy theories. So who approached who about you guys actually getting together?
I was approached by Turning Point after Blake Neff, who works on Charlie's show, sort of fumbled this invite. It was, I'd almost say it was a fake invite publicly. And then in the middle of the night said, oh, Candace is not able to be here tomorrow. And they never messaged me. And I think there was quite a bit of public backlash with how they went about it. It just was just not the way that we try to set meetings. And so what happened after was they reached out to me, said 𝗙𝗏𝗏 would agree to do a live stream, just the two of us. And then after 𝗙𝗏𝗏's PR blitz, they reached out again and said that they felt that it was better for us to meet one-on-one as opposed to us sitting down having Megyn Kelly moderate, which was the idea originally.
Right. And so where did you have your summit meeting?
At a hotel here in Nashville.
And a lot of your, as you know, a lot of your supporters, fans of your show, think that you may have been lured into a trap. Did anything while you were there make you think you were being lured into a trap?
I don't know that a lot of my fans think that I was being lured into a trap. I think ahead of time they had some concerns, obviously, because I think in general, after you see a public assassination and you start tracking so many lies that are happening, there's going to be an understandable amount of angst that people feel.
Dude, this is funny, bro. I mean, dude, I feel like there's a group grift that's happening. And yes, they were freaking out. Dude, they were concerned online. I have a clip that I'm going to pull up, right? In the video, you'll see it in the video. There is a clip of her fans. She even delivered an Instagram live where she said, hey guys, I'm still alive. I mean, let's look at this. Hold on. Like Candace Owens. Hello. What is she saying? The one after 𝗙𝗏𝗏. Dude, wait a second. Hold on. We got to find this. It was an Instagram live. There it is.
4.5 hours later, I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm totally fine, and I'm sorry. I was going to do a show for you guys this evening, but...
Huh. Oh, that's weird. Oh, there weren't really people that were worried about this. But my first words, 4.5 hours later, she purposely didn't tweet for 4.5 hours to stir that pot, guys. 4.5 hours later, she didn't tweet. She had her phone with her. She could have easily fired off a tweet. Dude, they're going to game it, guys. Her and 𝗙𝗏𝗏 are going to combine forces and make some type of financial or otherwise right-wing fucking thing, something that Candace wants. Candace is going to get. And they're going to game us together, okay? This is some bullshit.
And I certainly felt the angst as well. I've obviously been very clear that I am suspicious of some of the characters that are at Turning Point USA. So I totally understand why the public was concerned.
Dude, the question I wonder is she going to pull a Trump move and try to get certain people she doesn't like ousted from TPUSA? Or is she going to get reconnected to TPUSA in some way? Right? You know what I mean?
When you saw 𝗙𝗏𝗏, she was obviously angry about you in that CBS town hall. What was her demeanor like when you met her?
Well, I don't think that she thought she was angry in that. I think maybe that was the characterization from the public. I certainly thought she was angry as well. And she sort of clarified that she was a bit annoyed by the questioning, the way in which Barry had set up the question with the podcaster Candace Owens, which I think was definitely being driven more by Barry Weiss's feelings towards me, long-running feelings towards me, than it was perhaps for the benefit of CBS and trying to pretend to be an impartial journalist. So I think she was frustrated by the line of questioning, is what she explained to me.
So how would you categorize the 4.5 hours? If you were looking at it in totality, what was the...
Yeah, you notice that? Oh, she defended Erica by blaming Barry Weiss. That interesting. Huh. Oh, Erica was upset by Barry Weiss, by the establishment, the institution, CBS. Dude, yeah, that interview bombed. You know why? Because nobody's watching this. The only people that are watching this are people that are content creators trying to use this shit to gut TPUSA and to gut the MAGA movement. Otherwise, nobody fucking cares, bro. Nobody gives a shit. Nobody even cared about Charlie Kirk, man. I mean, dude, if you look at this, if you look at Kirk, like on the Google Trends, dude, look at Charlie Kirk on Google Trends, boss. Okay? This was Charlie Kirk when he got shot. This was Charlie Kirk a couple of weeks later. By October 1st, he was a flatline. And he still is. Okay? You go on Google Trends right now, right? Here we go. Hold on. You ready? Watch this. I'm going to pull it out for you. There it is. Charlie Kirk over the past 12 months, right? Dude, nothing. Bro, it is now at a 1. It was at less than a 1, and now it's at a 1 compared to its peak. So it is down 99%, right, from where it was when he got, it's just a little bit above. He's a tiny bit above. See, now, guys, if this were a thing, like if first you got to realize that Google Trends is relative, okay? Google Trends is relative, okay? Which means him here, he was not occupying much of a thing. And then it blew up to 100 and now it's at a 1. So he is slightly more well known than he was before he was shot. But if this had really bumped Charlie, this would be like a 10. It would be up here. Okay. Like, for example, let me give you an example of one, right? Hold on. Let me fucking find this. Okay. Like, here's another one. I want to save that one. And I'm going to show a, all right. Ready? So let me show this. Okay. Like, here is acting like Tommy. Okay. This is my Fortnite career. All right. So look at acting like Tommy. Okay. This is, look at where I was back here in 2021 when I was blowing up. Okay. And I hit my peak in May 2nd to 8th of 2020. Or right. I hit my peak back there. And then this is, what is this one? This is December of 2021. This was a tweet about OnlyFans models. This one was, right, there was like Andrew Tate was in there somewhere around July was Andrew Tate. Okay. Oh, here, this was Andrew Tate in 2022. July of 2022 was almost as big. And then this is, what was this one? This was November of 2024. Okay, which I don't even remember what this was. This was after the election. What did I do in November of 2024? I don't even know what it was, right? but that was an 85. So there was a big boost, and now I'm at a 0. Okay, right? So nobody is searching for acting like Tommy because I'm not doing gaming anymore, right? But so you see how it's relative, but this was like the biggest I ever was way back in 2021. And then I had a few spikes for Andrew Tate and for some tweets and crazy. I think this was when I retired, was in December of 2021. I retired, right? That's when I retired from Fortnite, then Andrew Tate, and then something in November, right? But this is like acting like Tommy, okay? We could look for political punk. I probably won't even hit the thing. Oh yeah, no, political punk is growing. Look at that shit, dude. We're like peaking, boss. Oh shit, the political punk. Now, other people may be searching political punk for not me, but if you look at this, it's probably me that they're searching for, right? Because of, you know what I'm saying? But so it's relative. But again, though, guys, the fact of the matter is Charlie Kirk is at a 1. Okay, so Charlie Kirk is not, he's barely more noticeable now than he was before he got shot. Right? You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, Erica Kirk, okay. But see, Erica Kirk, though, is going to be bigger now because she is, right? She's probably going to be high in the last 12 months, right? She was less than 1, just like Charlie. And then she blew up in September to 100 after Charlie died, and she started there. But now she's at 35, okay? So she was at an 11, right? So she's at 35 of her peak, but she's still like, she's not growing. She's not becoming more known. See, what it is it's a relative, right? Like if you look at somebody like Taylor Swift, right? Okay, look at Taylor Swift. How Taylor Swift is always at like a 14, and then she peaks, right? This is her in the last 12 months. But if you look at her in the past 5 years, Taylor Swift, look at that. See how she ebbs and flows? But she's right now, she's at a 16 compared to this 100. But like this 100 was like way bigger. Like Erica Kirk's 100 is probably like a Taylor Swift 5, right? Or, you know what I mean? If we look at Erica Kirk compared to Taylor Swift, look at that, dude, right? Erica Kirk's 100 was like a Taylor 16, dude. A Taylor. When you compare them is when you see how Erica Kirk is, even after Charlie died, she's like just a regular day of Taylor Swift. Right, where Taylor went and had, went to get a coffee, is like Erica Kirk's biggest moment. This is when you see the fucking thing, right? Right? And so Charlie Kirk was huge. Look at that. See how Charlie Kirk, when he died, was like even bigger than Taylor Swift? Like a rocket. He was on the news everywhere. You see that, though? How Charlie Kirk's death was like world news all on that one day because of the assassination. But if you look at them over the past year, right, and you see that like Charlie Kirk's assassination was like the biggest news of the year, but also now he's down to nothing, right? So yeah, so it's all relative, right? But essentially, dude, he's fucking zonked, okay? Yeah, so the thing is what you realize is Erica Kirk is already has faded from her biggest moment. And to be honest, guys, I don't know that Erica Kirk will ever go above that, because that's the thing about Google Trends and your fame is you should peak, and then your 100 should move. Okay, like right when your fame will continue moving, like your 100 will be your initial blow up, and then a year later your 100 will rise, and your 100 will rise. I mean, if we were to look at the Google Trends for Candace Owens, let's look at Candace Owens, for example, okay? This is today. Let's look at her for the past fucking 12 months and look at Candace Owens. Look at how she's continuing to go up. Okay, let's look at Candace Owens for the past 5 years, right? And like, look at how Candace Owens is her biggest in 5 years is from 𝗙lie. And now let's compare her to Erica Kirk, okay? And you're going to see that like, oh, look at that, dude. Candace Owens didn't get quite as big as Erica Kirk at her peak, but let's look at them over the past year and see how now they're like Erica Kirk is up and down when she gets her little news things or Barry Weiss, but now they're both in tandem at like a 35, okay? But she's sort of chasing Erica Kirk, but now they're like neck and neck. Okay, they're now maybe joining forces to try and change this. But I don't know, guys. I don't think that Erica Kirk is ever going to have a higher than this 100 unless they try to cram her into J.D. Vance's VP, right? That's the thing to watch, guys. That when it comes to Erica Kirk, I think there's a strong possibility that they are grooming Erica Kirk. They're going to do a bunch of media with her, and they are going to test her, and they're going to shape her personality, and they're going to try to get her to no, I don't think she's going to marry him. I think they're going to try to make her his VP, guys. They're going to try to make her get the youth movement, right? Young men or middle girls or whatever. They're going to find a demographic, and they're going to make her his reality TV like the violent Democrats, okay? They're going to try to Vance Kirk, okay? And they're going to do it based on Vance was 𝗙lie's friend. If Erica Kirk is attached, 𝗙lie's assassination becomes the key point of the fucking campaign, guys. They don't have a key point, but they can bring Charlie Kirk's assassination and violent Democrats and political violence, and they can center that in the presidential campaign. That's what it would give them an issue. They don't have an issue, guys, but if they bring in Erica Kirk, they have an issue, and it is political violence, which they can attach to violence and crime and transgender issues and wokeness. And guys, it's you find the candidate in search of the issue. So right now, Erica Kirk is their fucking, and in fact, the rumor mill of a hookup. You don't think it will work? I mean, I hope not, but it's right now, it's their best shot. There's nobody else on the right that can bring Charlie Kirk into this and political violence. Like, she brings violence and wokeness into it, right? She gives them, right now, she gives them the best opportunity. Right? There's nobody else. I mean, if you compare somebody like Marco Rubio, right? Like, look at Marco Rubio, guys. Like, who's another presidential candidate? Marco Rubio's a fucking zero, boss. Okay? Like, who else would be their presidential candidate? There's no politician that can do this. Okay? Like let's edit Marco Rubio. Give me a right-wing politician, even Tucker Carlson. All right? If he was his running mate, dude. Look at Tucker Carlson, right? Nothing, dude. Erica Kirk is dominating Tucker, okay? If we look at get rid of Candy O here and remove this and edit it to J.D. Vance. Look at J.D. Vance, okay? You see Erica Kirk? And again, guys, she doesn't need Riz, okay? She needs star power. Right? She needs shit that they can make look good in a meme, in a short video, and they can use her videos to make the Democrats look dangerous. That's all they need, right? Now, we don't know where she's going to be 3 years from now, but I'm telling you right now, make no mistake, the political people in the Republican Party with money are looking at Erica Kirk as J.D. Vance's female savior. It looks like it's bringing women's rights to Republicans. It's bringing the reality TV. It allows them to center Charlie Kirk's assassination, right? If we look at Marjorie Taylor Greene, we can't use MTG because it's also Magic the Gathering, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is down. She's way low. Okay? But I am telling you, I don't know if it'll happen, but I am telling you that she gives them an issue. She gives them an appeal to women. She gives them a reality TV connection, and she controls the largest youth grooming organization in America right now. She controls it. She has access. So I'm saying right now, Erica Kirk is the front runner to give them a viable campaign. Now, that doesn't mean we'll win, and she's tied to the Israel lobby. Like, oh my God, dude, AIPAC would, and think about Facebook and Twitter and CBS and everything Paramount and TikTok, if Larry Ellison buys it, all backing Israel and Erica Kirk and J.D. Vance, dude, right up until we are a theocratic fucking, like we're getting Bibles shoved up our ass.
Tone of the conversation. What do you think you both got out of it?
Well, for me, answers to the questions of trying to understand why there were so many turning point lies and why instead of people acknowledging that these are lies, I felt that there was this billion-dollar psychological operation to convince people that Candace is just crazy. These aren't lies. These are made up. And so I was very refreshed that they owned up to the lies. That was a great first step. And I think, you know, what motivates that? Maybe because despite having what I would assume to be the best PR agents and crisis PR agents in the world, we're moving toward a different world where people don't really care. You know, if you are friends with the people at, WME and CAA and what they can do for you, that sort of power is ineffectual in this day and age.
See, this is problematic though, guys, right? Because yes, like it wasn't public. So Erica Kirk owned up to the lies. Which lies? Erica Kirk owned up to which lies about what item? And right, it's like they had a private meeting where she owned up to the lies, but like now Candace is going to like be in lockstep. They already blamed shit on Barry Weiss for the town hall, right? And you know, when in fact Candace is lying, and TPUSA is definitely lying, and Barry Weiss was lying, you know what I mean? So like, man, we'll see what happens.
And so I think they recognize that, and that the public simply doesn't believe the story that they've been fed, and the psychological operation to convince us not to believe our own eyes or to trust our common sense instincts has failed. Okay, and I think on their end, they got more clarity on how I figured out certain things, more clarity on why I am convinced that there are people that are inside of Turning Point that are dirty. And I was able to share more with them off record. And I think that they got more clarity in exchange.
Before we get into some of the sort of specifics, is there not a danger here? I've already seen it in some of the reaction from people that follow your show. Is there not a danger that in seeking to be the one that exposes the truth, and I don't know the truth about what happened to Charlie Kirk. I work on the assumption that this lone, twisted, weirdo Tyler Robinson killed him for whatever reason, and I suspect, personally, that is how this will play out. However, I have an open mind in the sense that we still don't really know what happened with President Kennedy's assassination. I found the attempted assassination of Donald Trump very odd in the way that that's been handled by the authorities and so on. I'm not naive. As a journalist of 40 years, I'm not naive enough to say every single thing you've been saying is obviously baloney, because I don't know. And we'll get to some of the more specific details. But is there not a danger, Candace, that by having a 4.5-hour private meeting, rather than doing it in public, that all you're really going to do collectively, actually, you and 𝗙𝗏𝗽 𝗠𝘆 is fuel the conspiracy theories.
There it
about
is.
What you may or may not have discussed in that meeting, what part of the stuff that you've been brought...
Dude, I don't like Piers Morgan because he's a hustler too, but goddamn if he hasn't been the voice of sanity lately with Valentina Gomez and now being right here where he's exactly like you went and had a private meeting, but you didn't share any of the info. So now everybody is just fueling every conspiracy theory and a new one that you two are working in lockstep to like mutually grift, right? Calling out Fuentes, yes. Dude, Piers has been on the ball lately.
Casting on your show she agrees with and doesn't agree with, and so on. Is there not a danger this is the least transparent way of going about trying to get solutions here?
Well, I'm a very transparent person, so my preference was to do it publicly, but I took the offer, obviously, to have any conversation, because if I hadn't done that, then I think everything I've been doing would have appeared disingenuous. Like, oh, Candace is pretending that she wants answers to her questions, but when she got this offer, she suddenly said she didn't want to go because it wasn't public. They would have felt like I was moving the goalpost.
Dude, that's bullshit. That's bullshit, because they offered her a public showing to come to 𝗙PE USA. She could have just said, okay, I'll come to public. Because think about this, right? Like, she could have gone to the studio and had 𝗙𝗏𝗽 there. Like, she could have sat in Charlie's chair. This is some bullshit.
So I was willing to take anything. And from their viewpoint, they felt like after the CBS News and the Fox News hits that 𝗙𝗏𝗽 did, it was, my understanding was that they felt that it was a good idea to bring the temperature down first by having us sit down and communicate. And that doesn't mean that they necessarily say, oh, well, that's it. Now we're not going to have any other public discussion. I'm hopeful they will. I think they should. I totally agree with you. More transparency, the better.
Who else was in the meeting? 𝗙𝗏𝗽 was there. Who else was there?
Justin Strife, who is the COO of Turning Point USA, and my husband was only there for a portion of it, and my cousin.
So there were no lawyers, for example?
No. No lawyers, but they did phone their lawyer because I asked the question. I was like, look, I'm open to being wrong, obviously. If there is something, which I think the media was kind of hinting at, that they had more, but they couldn't share it with the public, I said, I'm happy to keep my mouth shut. And I want to feel good walking out of here that there is something there. There is some sort of a smoking gun. And I will tell viewers just to be patient. And so they did call one of the lawyers working on this case, and it was not convincing at all.
Dude, this is so shady because once a lawyer gets involved, now we've got like attorney-client privilege at play, right? You know what I mean? Like, dude, this is just fucking getting whacked, right? This shit is getting whacked.
Said, in effect, all we have is what the public has seen. And we won't know more because we're investigating and looking for more. And so that just made me go, why is everybody being so over the top and ridiculous and using words like the evidence is overwhelming? It was Tyler Robinson, when they don't have anything that's overwhelming to show that they don't have a video of him taking the shot, which I think was something that I assumed, like, okay, there's all these cameras. Maybe they actually have that video.
But dude, that's bullshit, because there's a camera that shows that entire roof. If Tyler took the shot, there is video from that parking lot camera where we saw him run and shows the whole goddamn roof. If he, right, it starts in the middle, but if he took a shot from that roof, it is on that fucking camera, dude.
And they're waiting for a moment to release that to the public. They don't have that. Or at least I can say 𝗙𝗏𝗽's side has not seen that. And the lawyer communicated to me that they would not have access to that until earliest would be May, that right now they're just investigating, just like we're doing back at home.
Okay, you said that your motive for going to the meeting was that you would be able to come out and tell the world Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. So are you in a position to say that? Do you believe, as a consequence of your 4.5 hours with 𝗙𝗏𝗽, do you believe that it is now most likely that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Absolutely not. I haven't seen one piece of compelling evidence that Tyler Robinson scaled the rooftops like Spider-Man on a college campus that he didn't go to, and fired one shot a magic bullet shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I have not seen one piece of compelling evidence. In fact, I've seen more compelling evidence to the contrary.
You've seen their vibe.
All right, so there we go. That's our fucking start. All right, let's see here, dude. Let's go into the who does Erica think.
Who does Erica think killed her husband?
Well, I think that in her recent PR blitz, she sort of communicated that she trusted her team, and her lawyer was using kind of the same rhetoric that the media has been using, where, you know, there's really, this is like, you know, it's overwhelming. Maybe he didn't say the word overwhelming, but he was like, it's very clear, I think is what he said. And
remember, there were no lawyers at the meeting, right? There were no lawyers at the meeting. Oh, except the lawyer that called into the meeting. And now she's like, when asked about Erica Kirk, she's like, well, Erica's lawyer said, I mean, do you see how her narrative about this whole fucking meeting is already like kind of like flimsily, like in a question about what does Erica think? Candace is telling us what Erica's lawyer said when we had been told like 1 minute ago that there were no lawyers except the guy who just called in. Dude, it is some bullshit they're selling.
Particular. And then I pushed back and I said, what's clear? The affidavit? That's all you guys have? And I did tell him, if you would never be my lawyer, because it's just, you know, a lawyer that's just kind of giving you adjectives, and I don't need a cheerleader. I need someone to be practical and to say, we don't have anything yet. I think the communication should be, we are hopeful that throughout this investigation, we are going to uncover more evidence that links Tyler Robinson to this crime.
The lawyer that wasn't there said this.
I do feel confident that he was involved in some capacity on that day. As I have said many times on my show, I was the one who broke the story that he was at the Dairy Queen throwing out clothes, a local Dairy Queen, throwing out clothes in a nearby cemetery. And so I do think he was involved, and multiple people were involved that day. And I think he did pick up clothes. I had communication with Lance's family.
Dude, was the lawyer Todd Blanche by any chance? Like, who's this fucking lawyer, bro? Dude.
I had communication with Tyler Robinson's family. And for some reason, Lance is being protected, which I find to be very strange. His own family thinks he's guilty of more, and they find it weird that the feds kind of glossed over him, almost as though he was a Fed operative, like he was working on behalf of them. And
there's some more conspiracy.
The feds have lied a lot.
You see that? You see that shit? That she just dropped in there, like in passing, that Lance, Tyler Robinson's supposed boyfriend that has been called trans and all this, she just in passing is like, oh yeah, this guy, I think he's a Fed operative, right? She just like slides it in there, and like without even, you know, making a big deal, like, oh, that's a new one. Now his boyfriend's a Fed. Oh, okay. Now, next thing you know, dude, it's Kash Patel's girlfriend is the real shooter, guys. It was Cash's girlfriend. She shot him from a music venue in the outskirts of town with a drone, little like drone joystick. Oh, shit.
It's just a fact. Turning Point USA people have lied a lot. That is a fact, which they have agreed to. They said that these were mistakes, but they, you know, whether a mistake or not, the public was lied to. So this obviously, you know, matters deeply to me, and it's just absurd that people would think that I'm doing this for clicks. I know Charlie. I knew Charlie. Charlie and I are very close, and it has been one of the most disgusting things ever that people first and foremost tried to start this psychological operation that Charlie and I hadn't spoken since 2019. They've lied about virtually everything that I've said on my podcast. I'm not going to let this go. Okay. We don't live in a country that is the embodiment of democratic principles. If Charlie Kirk gets publicly executed and the media apparatus is doing everything they can to cover the tracks, I would say to cover the tracks by demanding that there is no further inquiry.
See, here's the thing, guys. Here's what I think came out of this meeting. Okay? You ready? Here's what I think came out of this meeting, guys. I believe this, okay? A chief thing that all the right-wing influencers had with Candace was one statement she had made, guys, where she said, I don't care about the midterms. I'm getting to the bottom of Charlie Kirk. And that had Tim Pool, all the right-wing influencers were like, holy fuck, Candace is going to sink the midterms. Okay? I think Erica Kirk went in there and said, here's the deal, Candace. I don't mind that you keep all eyes on Charlie. I want Charlie and his name and his work. I want him to be in the daily vernacular. I want him talked about every fucking day, but I don't want to ruin the midterms. And in fact, I might be running for office down the road. So what I want is I want you to talk about Charlie and keep all this shit going, but I want you to protect our ability to hold political power. That's what I think the crux of this meeting was about, okay? That's what I think this meeting has more to do with anything, is keep Charlie relevant and let's keep talking about him, but don't ruin our shit. Don't fucking sink the team, okay? And in exchange, we'll give you X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Dude, yeah, no, Candace is a fucking
into
player,
what happened on that day.
All right,
that is not a country that I can get behind.
Let's get to some of the details, because it seems to me you've put up a lot of theories, but a lot of them don't seem to have a clear conclusion from you about what you actually think happened. I mean, you've been all over this now ever since Charlie was killed. What do you believe happened to him? Who do you think killed him?
So I can't tell you definitively who pulled the trigger. I'm not going to lie to audiences and just put something out there that's not real. But what I can say is I feel convinced that the feds were involved. I can tell you that. I think the feds were involved in staging a cover-up. I think 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 knows what happened and did not happen on that day. I am convinced by me being told by people that are feds that he is not acting right and that he is not wanting to share any information. Just a couple of people are allowed to even see anything. A Fed told me that they can't even touch the Charlie Kirk file without risk of being fired, and that he's grown increasingly mad. The U.S. Marshals that were there when they were doing the quote unquote manhunt for 33 hours said that 𝗙cie𝗶𝗹𝗀 effectively sent them on a wild goose chase, which is what was signaled to the public when he said, we got him, and it was actually the wrong person. And so it caused people to stop looking because they were convinced that they had the shooter. They felt that that was in order to allow the real perpetrators of the crimes to get away.
But that could just be the fog of the immediacy of these things. We've seen it at Brown University, exactly the same thing. They thought they had the killer. They thought they had the killer. It turned out to be the wrong person.
See, here's the thing, though. Every time they don't release information, or if they don't have information, now it's like they're covering it up. But isn't that wild, though, guys? The FBI was covering everything up under Biden. Trump wins. Trump puts his guy and his girl into the DOJ and the FBI, and now it's still the FBI is covering things up. Like their entire modus operandi of the right wingers, whether it's Candace or fucking 𝗙𝗏𝗏 or 𝗏ص𝗏𝗏, they have to have an unseen bogeyman, right? There is somebody somewhere pulling the strings, which is why all of their crazy shit is not getting acted upon, right? Obama committed all these crimes, but he's not getting arrested because of shadowy org, right? Because of deep state, because of whatever, the cabal, Soros, you name it. No matter who it is, it has to be some untouchable entity that is hiding the information and pulling the strings. And right, that, Candace believes it's Israel. Okay, she's not openly saying it, but you know that she believes this is an Israel thing.
Right, it doesn't mean there's any great conspiracy by the feds to cover anything up. And again, even if what you're saying is true, I don't know, maybe you're right. If what you're saying is true, what is it they're covering up? You've so far intimated or inferred something weird involving Egyptian planes. So, well, you know, what's that about? You've inferred perhaps Israeli involvement in some way. You've certainly inferred a lot of Turning Point USA involvement. That's a lot of people getting involved here in the murder of Charlie Kirk potentially. But what I'm really curious about is, given you've been all over all this and you've been airing all these theories,
dude, she really seems like a bullshit artist now, doesn't she? Doesn't she? Like, when she's with somebody else, can you see how it looks really transparently like she doesn't have any answers and she is like a bullshitter? Once she's reflected against another human being, you can see it. When she's alone, it's like you don't really necessarily notice it, but man, her getting information, like it's like she's just parrying the information away, you know, like Bing, just sort of dismissing it as it comes at her.
Well, which one is it? It can't be all of these things. Is it somebody?
Well, of course,
is it someone at Turning Point USA? Yeah, I mean, who do you actually believe was behind this?
Of course, it can be all of those things. And what's really ironic here is that there's a clip of Charlie in the last months leading up to his death where he speaks about the JFK assassination. And he says that multiple countries were involved, multiple people were involved, the LBJ was involved, the feds were involved. And he's correct. That is what it means. When there is a conspiracy, there are multiple people that are involved. Of course, there's not one person on a grassy knoll who shot JFK.
Well, it might have been that.
There are people who had to agree to it. There had people who would have had to. The Dallas police were involved.
Candace,
I'm answering your question. I'm answering your question.
But my
You're
point
asking,
is,
why aren't you just going to point to one person? That to me, even that seems like a part of telling people not to believe their own gut. Obviously, for this to have been pulled off, there had to have been multiple people involved. There had to have been people at Turning Point that were complicit in having this happen. Now, who knows what their motivations are? Doesn't mean maybe this person's like, hey, I'm going to help you.
Hang on. Okay, let me stop you. Hang on. When you say obviously somebody at Turning Point, you are accusing right now people that worked with Charlie Kirk at the company he built, which is now run by his widow. You are directly accusing people in that company of being complicit in his murder, right?
I want to just be very clear connecting that dot. So I said that when there is a conspiracy, of course, there are going to be multiple people involved. So applying that same logic to JFK, right? Knowing, as I do and as Charlie did believe, that LBJ was involved, which then implicates the feds as having been involved, which then implicates the Dallas police station as being involved. I believe Israel was obviously involved, that they were the ones that wanted him dead for saying that what is now AIPAC should have to register under FARA. So there's motive. There are people that have to be involved on the ground that day. There are people that have to be willing to allow the perpetrators to get away. There has to be media that's complicit, and that's what literally Operation Mockingbird was. It was established to persuade the public.
Candace, here's the problem.
Well, hang on. It was established.
Yeah, but here's the problem with everything you're saying.
In this massive cover-up.
You keep saying, and this is where people think you're prone to endless conspiracy theories for whatever reason.
Okay.
Is you keep using the phrase, they have to have been involved. So by that yardstick, what you're saying is, with JFK's assassination, and we recently had a lot of the files released, which did not conclusively prove any of these things, right? Now, again, I don't know what happened to JFK.
See, what's interesting about this is that, like, yeah, you notice, like, Candace, she never says what she does think. She just makes assumptions that, well, it must be something like this, and it must be something like that. It simply can't be a lone gunman. But she doesn't actually ever say, well, my theory is, I think it might be this. I think it's this. And here's why I think it's this, right? She does that circular thing of like, well, obviously, if it was a conspiracy, that means the school was involved and the media was involved and the FBI was involved and some people at Turning Point were involved. And if it was a conspiracy, but well, okay, well, what conspiracy do you think it is? Right? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, she uses well, I'm just asking questions because it's built on the premise that it just couldn't have been the single shooter. So it has to be something else. And so therefore it most likely includes X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D. But I'm not going to commit. Well, I'm not saying it was Israel. I'm not saying it was TPUSA. I'm not saying it was Erica Kirk. But I'm saying because it was a conspiracy, it could be anybody who's not Charlie, right? Well, or it could have been Charlie. Maybe he had himself taken out because he just, I mean, like, what are we doing here? It's the thing is so non-specific.
But the one possibility you've not ruled in is it was just as simple as Lee Harvey Oswald. It might have been. We don't know. Right, so when you say the media has to have been involved, Lyndon Johnson has to have been. But my problem is you're stating all these things as
fact. We can't do 63. It's such a nonsense to say that it was Lee Harvey Oswald acting.
You don't know that.
That's just such a nonsense. I do know it was not Lee Harvey Oswald acting by himself, and then that required national security to lock down the files, and that required the feds to impart the CIA to impart Operation Mockingbird to convince the public that it was. You can't go against. There's a grieving widow. Don't look further into it. Don't believe your own eyes.
Let me just say this is your Candace.
It was a grand conspiracy that killed JFK. I am going to say that confidently. And I just think we have to grow up. We have to grow up. We can't keep pretending Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK.
Fine.
We can't keep doing that.
That is your opinion,
dude.
Today's show is sponsored by.
All right, so let's get in here, and I want to see Piers slamming her. All right, let's see what we got here.
What happens?
But are you suggesting that
right?
What is this? 32, 47. We can't watch the whole thing.
But you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But Piers, you'd the best way to categorize it, or about Mikey McCoy, which had changed your mind? Would that be the best way to categorize it, or changed some of your mind?
No, I never said that. I just presented it. Well, the only thing that I clarified on my podcast, if that's what they're getting wrong, is that some people thought that he was using a nickname that was his middle name. And actually his real name is Michael, like first name Michael, because I was like trying to find something. And I was like, oh, maybe he's actually using his middle name. So that's what I clarified on my podcast.
And you were given call logs, is that right?
I presented.
You were shown call logs? You were shown call logs?
They gave me a printout of Mikey's call logs and I gave it to the public. That's it. I mean, they're saying this, and then the public obviously comes back and says,
so do you believe Mikey McCoy had any prior knowledge of Charlie's murder?
I can't say that he had prior knowledge of the murder unless I have something concrete. I can't say anything about prior knowledge. What I can say is what happened on that day. Mikey's behavior is weird on that day. I find it weird, like I said on the podcast yesterday, that what...
See, like... Now, isn't it possible, right? Isn't it possible that everyone's behavior that was there, that watched blood gush out of his neck, was going to behave weird? I mean, think about this, guys. They went there, they're having a good time, they're throwing out hats. The next minute, the leader of the organization, their hero, the guy they think is going to be president down the road, has a hole in his neck, and he's dying in front of all of them. I think it's safe to say that everybody who witnessed that was going to be acting weird, okay? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it is strange behavior for him to walk away and get on the phone, but it is possible that he was in shock and just turned around and was like on the phone with somebody saying, I literally just watched Charlie die. Charlie is dead. TPUSA is over. I don't even know how to process it. I'm sure they're taking him to the hospital right now, but what I just witnessed, there's no fucking way I mean, we don't know. I mean, there is some shit that stinks to high heaven here. I mean, there's a lot of money at play. Like, I don't know about the Charlie thing, but I will say this. I will say that there was a faction of TPUSA that the minute Charlie was dead, they were going full steam ahead on an entirely different agenda. Okay? That we've been witnessing. Okay? We have been witnessing that there was a faction of TPUSA that was ready to go on a brand new agenda the minute Charlie died. Okay? So, you know what I'm saying? And like, so I don't know, man. I don't know. It is weird, but like, would there have been a normal reaction? Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And maybe that's connected to that other faction though. Like maybe maybe, the minute he saw Charlie bleed out, he was like, holy shit, like, we're now moving on this. I mean, I don't know. I think this whole thing stinks to high heaven. I'm not convinced that Tyler was a lone gunman, right? I don't really believe that. But dude, there's some shit here that like
has been communicated to the public is like he called Erica instantly. First thing he did was call Erica instantly. And that's actually the call logs show that he didn't call Erica instantly.
But what are you suggesting about this guy?
He called his wife instantly, and then he had 3 ways.
As you know, when you've got a massive platform,
and then showing
Candace,
his call log showed that Blake Neff actually didn't tell the truth about what happened on that day.
But here's the problem, Candace. You have a massive platform, as you know. Millions and millions of people hang on your every word. When you devote a large part of an entire episode to the strange behaviour of Charlie Kirk's chief of staff, you are putting a target on the guy's back. You're inferring he has something to do with this, or something to do with some cover-up, or whatever it is you're inferring. You know what you're doing when you do that. When you saw Erica Kirk, did you say to her that you believe there's something suspicious about Michael McCoy? Was she able to explain to you why there isn't? Or does she share your view that he is somehow complicit in this in some way?
Well, we actually dedicated more time to speaking about his father, who I think it's strange to me that man calls himself a pastor. I communicated fully that everything about that man makes my skin crawl. I think he's a bad person. I think he's involved with bad people. And this is obviously, like, Mikey's his son. And, I asked a bit about Rob McCoy and Mikey McCoy's relationship. I would just like to be clear. I am not going to be emotionally conditioned.
So you see that? Do you see that right there, guys? That's a big tell. Okay? Mike McCoy and his weird behavior was one of her linchpins. Okay? She had Rob McCoy. She had Mike McCoy. She had the SD cards, right? She had a handful of things. Her 10 lies. One of them was Mike McCoy was number 1. If we look at Candace's list of lies, okay? Hold on. Let's find it. She made a list of 10 lies, guys. Okay? Here they are. We're going to open this for the fans. Number 1, dude, we got to find one that is readable. Okay, here it is. There it is. Look at this. Right? Oh, that's 9:10. All right, hold on. Let's go to the actual website there. Okay. So look at this. Number 1 and 2 and 3. Number 1, 2, and 3 were about Mike McCoy. Okay, there was a little bit of Rob McCoy involved in those, but 1, 2, and 3 were all related to Mike McCoy's behavior on that day. And then when he said, well, what does Erica Kirk think about Mike McCoy and your big top 3 of the verified lies? And she's like, well, we didn't really talk about that. We mostly talked about how I think his dad's a bad person. But like, well, how do you spend 4.5 hours and you're not talking about this major linchpin of your thing, right? Dude, right? You see what I'm seeing? How this is like the minute, like, oh, here's your big 4.5 hour meeting, and this Mike McCoy, who did he call? Let's see the call records. Let's discuss that. Oh, well, we didn't really talk about that. We talked about this other thing. We talked about AI cat videos or whatever.
To believe that asking questions when we aren't getting any answers is the crime itself. The crime was when Charlie got shot in the neck. So,
but you've already said, you've already said though, you told
the easiest way to remove, the easiest way, let me finish. You can't ask me questions, not let me finish.
You're contradicting what you've just said to me.
But you have to.
You said to me earlier,
what did I contradict?
You said you gave 2 names of people in the Turning Point organization that you believe are complicit in some way. You gave those names, but you wouldn't name them because it wouldn't be right to do that. But you did name this guy, Mikey McCoy, who was the chief of staff?
Because
Why?
his actions are strange. You're two different things. I really, Piers, I think you're having trouble holding on to two buckets of thought here, okay? You said, in regards to someone that was complicit in murder, that is a very serious allegation. I gave them names of people that would not surprise me if they did have foreknowledge of Charlie Kirk's murder. You are now shifting gears and you're asking me about Mikey McCoy and why I am raising red flags about his behavior on that day. Because I believe his behavior on that day was weird. I think it's painfully obvious that his behavior was weird. I don't know people that don't duck when a shot comes down.
Complicit?
So I'm sorry that I have eyes.
But so is Mikey McCoy one of the people who was complicit? See, she won't answer the questions,
And
bro.
I am agreeing with the public that Mikey McCoy's behavior was weird on that day. Okay, these are two different things. Now, if I'm going to make the
so the thing though, Bradshaw. So the thing about the current U.S. Treasury Department said they're not investigating 𝗙PUSA right now. But of course, dude, Trump's Treasury Department and Trump's DOJ will never investigate them. That does not mean there wasn't an investigation, prior to that was open. Like, we don't know. Okay. But of course, the current Treasury Department is absolutely, they are not going to investigate 𝗙PUSA no matter what. Right. But dude, she's not answering any questions here.
An assertion that somebody had something to do with planning this murder, I better be damn sure. And if I said that on my podcast, right? That's all I'm saying. I had never made that claim that Mikey McCoy planned Charlie Kirk's assassination.
No, I think.
No, but you brought up Mikey McCoy as 3 of your 10 lies, which is implying your fans were thinking he had something to do with it. Dude, she's such a scoundrel now. So now, guys, this sucks because I had hoped that Candy O was going to help destroy MAGA. But now I realize that Candy O she's going to just play the game, dude. Dude, she is now going to just get something out of this.
Like a lot of the claims you're making, it's difficult to work out what you're actually claiming. You're throwing a lot of mud in the air, including people's names, which immediately then...
Like, I would just ask her this. Is Mike McCoy not one of the 2 people at 𝗙PUSA? So you're saying Mikey McCoy is not one of the 2 people at 𝗙PUSA that you think could have been involved in this murder? I mean, my guess, guys... My guess is that the 2 people is Rob McCoy and Tyler Boyer are probably the 2. But yeah, dude, everything about this just reeks, dude. Dude, everything about this just fucking reeks, bro. Candy, like, she is scoundreling, dude. Yeah, I should probably grab that one, huh? That's a good one. That scoundrelly
then has millions of people chasing after these guys on social media and thinking...
I'm sorry they get caught lying. Like, I'm sorry, what is this? This is like, the public is actually being abused, okay? Let's stop pretending that the victim
Are they, or do you just
Rob
want them
McCoy.
to think they are?
No, the public is being abused.
Well, if the public is being abused, then why didn't you have this meeting in public and transparent? Why don't you say who you think at 𝗙PUSA? Right? If the public is being abused and you suspect somebody, like, right? I mean, what's the public? How are we being abused? Dude, we're being abused by 2 fucking female grifters.
Because you're basically saying, stop noticing that people at Turning Point USA are lying.
No, I'm not.
How dare Candace and the public know? Yes, you are.
No.
How dare Candace
But when
and the
there's
public
an
know?
emphatic repudiation of what you're saying...
If Mikey lies and Rob McCoy lies and Blake Neff lies, and yes, all of these people have lied on record after the assassination, and the public goes, hey, that's kind of a weird lie. You're like, how dare you put a target on their back by noticing that they're lying? I mean, what weird psychological operation is this?
Do you believe...
Don't lie.
Okay, but do you believe Erica Kirk has been lying about it?
No, I have been explicit on my show when people were saying, why aren't you attacking Erica Kirk? I said, because Erica Kirk has not lied. If to the extent that she lies, I will call it out. And that is why I did call out when she lied, okay? When she said Charlie Kirk never received any text messages the night before saying that he was worried about that he was going to get murdered tomorrow. I instantly said, well, here we have it. That's a lie. He definitively did send out text messages to both Dan Flood and Andrew Kolba. And when we met in person, she clarified that, okay, yes, that's real. And we didn't know until you said it because he was using a different app and she was checking his iMessages. So to me, if you lie, you're going to make an enemy of me. Just don't lie. How about that basic requirement to say to people, don't lie about what happened on that day. Don't lie about what you did on that day, because that's the first clue to investigators that person should be looked at further. Again,
but she covered Erica. She said Erica didn't lie. Erica just didn't know it was on a different app. Okay.
This is common sense.
Okay, let's move to something else Blake Neff said. He said, Candace has made other stranger allegations involving French paratroopers in maroon shirts, Egyptian Air Force planes flying out of Provo, Utah, and potential underground assassins traveling through unseen tunnels. At one point in early November, she started wildly throwing suspicion on members of Utah Valley's soccer team for wearing hoodies. I could go on. There's always something new coming up. None of it ever pans out because from the start, there's been nothing there. What do you say to that?
He's lying. And that's the reason why Blake Neff is a suspicious character. I mean, him saying that I pointed to a soccer UVU person is complete fiction. I never had discussed that person on my show. Somebody was asking for a clearer photo of the person on X, and I shared it. No suspicion. Never said this person had anything to do with anything. I never covered him as a suspect on my show of anything at all. Didn't ask for more information on this person. That kid instantly responded and said, oh, those are our school colors, and that was it. And Turning Point tried to turn it into a thing. Why are you doing that? Regarding the Egyptian planes, that's a fact. Why are you saying she said that there was a military Egyptian plane on the ground that day? There was. In fact, there were two. So why are you pretending that that's like a weird thing to notice? And that is why people have been flagged about these planes. To his other,
let me ask you about the planes.
I'm never allowed to answer a single question that you say in entirety before you move on to the next question.
You can't just keep talking ad infinitum. I'm allowed to ask you another question.
No, it's called answering. You just read an entire statement of multiple points of Blake's.
It's called filibustering.
I got to the second point, and you're like, let me ask you a question.
No, I want to ask you... No,
Piers, you already asked me a question. I'm trying to answer the question that you asked.
No, I want to ask you a follow-up specifically about the Egyptian planes, given you've now addressed it, which is, where is the evidence that any of these Egyptian planes were tracking Erica Kirk?
I am going to be publishing the full document because there's not even just 2 planes. There's actually 4 planes that have been flying in, and I should be more thorough because I realized that the spreadsheet I posted,
Erica
Kirk. Can I just please, without you cutting me off, answer one thing? Okay, thank you. These Egyptian planes, more broadly speaking, now that we have gone deeper onto the planes, recognizing that the reaction to them is not normal, what we can say is that these Egyptian planes are tied to Israel. They've been flying in and out of Israel with their transponder off for years. But regarding the Turning Point USA picture, more broadly speaking, Turning Point USA faith, okay? Obviously, Erica has been involved in a lot of the church stuff. It's not specifically tracking just Erica. It's Turning Point faith events. Broadly speaking, I gave that information as well. I told Justin Strife and Erica, I'm happy to give you this color-coded spreadsheet. There's no question there's a correlation here between Turning Point USA faith in particular, which, by the way, from the beginning of this, I've said something is wrong with this faith contingent, especially because Rob McCoy for a while was heading up that department, and he makes my skin crawl. And so, yeah, I have the evidence for that. And we're going to actually publish it on our website.
Right,
so there can be no question, which I should have done from the very beginning.
But let me ask you.
Showing that these planes were tracking Charlie at various times there where Erica is, various times there where Rob McCoy is. But the consistent thread here is faith events, like Kingdom to the Capitol tour.
Assuming you're right, and I don't know, but I know Erica Kirk, when asked about this, said on CBS, if you want to go through my flight log, go right ahead. It's very boring. You, Candace, say I was here on this date. I have a photo on my phone to prove I was actually in hospital having contractions. So that's one thing she's directly repudiated. But let's assume for a moment you're right, and that all these Egyptian planes were flying around tracking Charlie Kirk and Turning Point, Faith and Erica Kirk. Why? What is your theory?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, what's your theory then? You must have an idea.
My theory is that we should investigate everything strange that happened on that day so we can figure out what happened.
But are you suggesting that? Are you suggesting
why is everybody
Egypt?
so?
But see, like, guys, see, this is what's so crazy, though. Okay? You know what I mean? Like, dude, I mean, he's kind of exposing her, okay? Because like this, if you're going to investigate, you know, Tyler Robinson's roommate, why? Because I think he's a Fed, okay? So, right? I mean, you have to have a theory. What could possibly be, like, you can't investigate something if you don't have a theory. You don't just go out and like, oh, I'm going to go do research. It starts with a theory, right? You investigate JFK because you believe, you know, oh, right? You believe Lee Harvey Oswald didn't shoot it. You believe that these three countries were involved. So now I'm going to go follow these trails. You don't simply like, oh, there's some planes that landed in the same city as TPUSA events, so we have to investigate the planes. Like, okay, well, why do you have to investigate the planes? A lot of planes landed in TPUSA. Are you now going to look at every plane that landed in every airport within eyeshot of TPUSA, right? Like, why didn't she do that investigation? Every TPUSA faith, let's look at every plane that landed in that city and do that for every faith event, plus or minus 3 days, right? No, she wants to look at Egyptian planes. Why do you just want to look at those planes? You didn't look at every plane. You specifically found Egyptian planes and then went and started looking at them. Why? You have to have a theory, right? But she won't ever say the theory. Oh, no, we just have to look at some planes. But you didn't look at every plane that landed in those cities. There may be planes from Germany or Russia or South Africa that also landed in all of those cities on those same days, right? Because the city didn't simply have a TPUSA faith event in it. There's other shit there too. Right? Dude, all right, I want to see him rip her to shreds, and then I got to go make videos. I already went way long, but let's watch this last bit.
Candace, it may be that the person in the media spewing bullshit to the public is you.
No, nice try. It's not. It's
Could
you
be.
by saying, why are you asking questions? Don't you worry about Mikey's feelings? Everyone knows what this is. And like I said, because we have the example, the concrete example of after JFK's assassination, the media members quite literally being put on the payroll of the CIA, we have a historical example that we can look at and go, we're not doing that again. Doesn't matter how many times you keep telling the public that I'm spewing bullshit. It is only because there has not been anything that has come out of this investigation that makes any sense that the public is not listening to. I am sorry to say this, Piers, people like you. And what I love about you and I sitting down is that this exact same time last year, you were doing the same weird questioning and making all these things when I said that they were committing a Holocaust against the Gazans, and then you changed your mind.
Actually,
Piers,
this time,
I'll see you next year when you change your mind again, and we have more information about what happened, and you realize
Candace,
that the difference between me and you is that I have the courage to take the risks and ask the questions first, okay, before it's popular. You wait until it becomes popular, and then you change your mind.
You may remember that one of your courageous moves was to repeatedly tell the world that Brigitte Macron is a man. As you now know,
and she is.
As you now know, we had a $300,000 bet to charity about this because she's a woman.
Yes.
Is my view.
She's not a woman.
Well, we're going to find out is the point, because it's going to court. They're suing you. And when she proves, as she will, that she's a woman, because it's very easy to prove, and you lose that case, then
so easy that she refuses to do it for years.
But then it will become more obvious to people that, look, I think you're a brilliant operator at what you do. That's, I like you personally. You know that, right? None of this is personal for me about you at all. I just have watched him last year from Brigitte Macron now into the Charlie Kirk story. I think you've developed a modus operandi, which, to put it politely, is you flying what we would call in the world of journalism kites, and just seeing what can cause the the most merry hell, therefore get you the biggest audience, therefore make you the most amount of money. And people have, as you know, you've been widely attacked now by a lot of people who say that you're just a ghoul, a vulture. You're doing this deliberately. You're inventing things or just flying ludicrous conspiracy theories to make money. Now, again, Candace, I don't know that you are, but I do know
celebrity.
Can you not interrupt me? But your rule.
I do think it's pretty rich. It's pretty rich coming from you, is all I'm going to say. That's me putting it very nicely, given your background, your career, your celebrity involvement, the Princess Diana. Wrong messenger is what I'll say right off the top, okay? Wrong messenger. What you are mistaking.
Oh, wow. So now, like, he's not allowed to ask her the question. Right? Oh, that's interesting.
Or I guess we're not even mistaken because you know what this is. You're talking about power versus the people. And you are always on the side of power first. You're on the side of the Israelis. It's so horrible. And, I'm going to pretend I don't see tens of thousands of Gazans dying.
I've actually been very critical of the Israelis, as you know,
where
in the
your
last
bread
year.
Is buttered. Everybody
I've actually
knows
been very
Brigitte
critical of the
Macron
Israeli
has a
government.
penis, okay? It's very easy to present photos of 30 years of your life. Brigitte keeps teasing, Brigitte, nobody asked you for a blood test. We asked you for some photos and you refused to do it. And everybody knows that Charlie Kirk was not shot by Tyler Robinson on a rooftop. I am sorry that in this day and age, there seems to be such a shortage of testosterone that a woman has to be the person that states the obvious, right? I invite you to join me, and I know that you will by the end of next year, because they're not going to get away with what they did to my friend Charlie Kirk. And I am not going to change my mind, least of all when I am being called names by someone who has quite a year background and experience in doing things because it's lucrative and not always because it's sensitive.
Sure,
it's always lovely.
You can call me a hypocrite as much as you want. I don't care. It's fine. I'm just simply saying what other people have been saying about you. I didn't say I felt that.
Thank you.
I said
I'll let you know what people are saying about you too. I'll keep you
I
posted
read
on
it
people
all,
are saying
like
about
you. I read it all the time. But I would say that, like I said at the start of this interview, I don't know whether any of the things you're saying are true or not.
Dude, she is kind of cooking him, dude. He is like, he's bringing up good points, but then he's letting her just run roughshod over him.
No, I just do know you're saying a huge amount of stuff. It's making you very wealthy. You're getting millions and millions of people coming in, which by the way,
what is this idea that it's making me very wealthy? Can you actually explain that slowly?
Yes, I'm going to explain it to you slowly, because I had a huge run-in, for example.
This is just like a talking point.
No, I'm going to explain exactly what I mean. When Sandy Hook happened, and Alex Jones began weaponizing the Sandy Hook tragedy and weaponizing the grief of the poor parents who'd lost their children. And I began to attack him in public. And then eventually there was a court case, and it turned out he'd been spewing deliberate lies, and that every time he spewed them, they found he made hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars in the immediate aftermath of spewing the repeated lies that it was all staged and the families were actors and so on, which he knew to be lies. And he made himself extremely rich and ended up with $1 billion defamation finding against him because he'd been deliberately weaponizing people's grief. And the charge...
Yeah, I'm asking you to explain the actual financial metrics. How was he making money?
I'm explaining to you the analogy, which is there are, as you know, right now, a lot of people, from Tim Pool to the New York Post to others, who've come out very stridently in the last week, and say that's exactly what you've been doing with Erica Kirk.
Yeah, but you haven't answered the question. So this is just made up. As I said, this is just all fluff. You're suggesting that I'm making...
Well, dude, we can go and look at Candace Owens, right? If we go and look at her, we go and look at her YouTube, we go and look at her lives, all right? And let's go back, I don't know. Let's go back 5 months. Okay? All right. Or even, so you ready? So we'll go back. So 9 months ago, all right? She had, let's see, let's find the 9 months and count how many she had 9 months. Was she streaming every day? It looks like, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So 19. So she streamed 19 days 9 months ago, and they were like a 500,000 to 1 million 1.5 million, 750,000. I mean, that's respectable. Okay. I mean, she, again, though, she was going on about like whatever. She's picking a topic, right? Centering on fucking, right? Macron's wife. Okay. She's enclosing a Macron's wife chapter. All right. Then let's go 5 months ago, 19 streams a month. 5 months ago, how many streams did she do 5 months ago? 5 months ago, she streamed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 16. So she streamed 16 days out of the month, and she was getting about 1 million views, some bigger, right? When she's talking about Brigitte Macron, 3.7 million. I mean, it's like Brigitte, look at that. Every video was about Brigitte Macron. That was her big thing. Brigitte was her big draw. But 1 million views, but still only 16 streams. Okay? 16. But now, look at 3 months ago. How many streams did she do 3 months ago? She did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, so 12 streams 3 months ago. So even less. Right? One every 3 days, basically. But then as soon as she did the Charlie Kirk, 7 million, 9 million, 5 million. Now let's see how many streams she did 2 months ago. 2 months ago, she did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 14. Okay? 14, same frequency. And then a month ago, she did 1, 2, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, right? Now she's like streaming just about every day, right? You notice how, like, as those views came in, she's sort of increasing her frequency, but look at the views now. Every video is like 3 million. Like, it used to be 3 million was an anomaly, but now every video is like 2 million, almost over 2 million. Many are hitting up 3 and 4 million with the Erica Kirk, and she's streaming more daily. But again, right? So she, I don't know, man. I mean, it's obvious she goes from topic to topic, but she's definitely increasing her frequency and increasing her revenue, and the number of people watching are insane. So that means she's easily quadrupled her income. Okay? She's quadrupled it with, double the number of streams and double the viewership. Okay? But she's not alone, because Turning Point USA has increased their revenue. Okay? They have. Okay? And again, content creators, it is all of our job. We go where the money is, guys. Right? If I make videos about AOC and they get 2,000 views, and then I make a video about Candace Owens and it gets 10,000 views, I'm going to make some videos about Candace Owens. I'm not going to not make Candace Owens videos and just make AOC videos. Okay? That's just the reality of all content creators. Okay? But I'm not going to just start making up shit about Candace Owens so I can try to make those 20,000 videos become, 10,000 videos become 50. I mean, whereas like for her, she's definitely leaned into every conspiracy theory, right? You know what I mean? Like, dude. I mean, she's obviously grifting. You enjoy just watching with me? Let's go. Dude, I don't do live doxing. I mean, the thing about this, guys, is I myself, okay, Yeah, no, let's look at the clip we have of her, because we're basically done. Like, I myself believe something is up, okay? I do not believe it was Tyler Robinson with a 30-06. I do not believe Tyler Robinson was a leftist, okay? I don't believe Tyler Robinson was a leftist, and I don't believe that this was some leftist fucking killing. I don't buy that, okay? I don't. Right? Now, that doesn't mean, and I also know that there is a non-Charlie faction in TPUSA that has clearly reared its head, that was like ready to go, okay? That is using Charlie. They're grifting Charlie's death. And the Republicans are going to try to grift Charlie's death, which is why I think they're going to have Erica Kirk become a J.D. Vance's VP. Or they're looking at it. I guarantee you they're fucking looking at the numbers right now. And they're looking at how do we find, because guys, the way the GOP works is what's our issue? Okay. The GOP has one strategy, guys. They've been doing it since the 80s. They test what issue gets people scared. And then they lean in on that fucking scare, right? And no 10,000 YouTube views doing politics. It depends on the length of the video, but 10,000, a regular YouTube video that's like 12 minutes long that has 10,000 views, politics, is probably going to net you about $60. It's usually about $5 a thousand. If it's a longer video, it can be $7 a thousand. When you're doing live, it's much higher because you're getting donations from people. Live can be like $20 a thousand or $50 a thousand if it's like somebody with a huge following like Candace Owens. But these live videos are making a lot of money, okay? A lot of fucking money. Like each one of these videos right here, 2.9 million, is probably making her, you know, that is 29,000. She's probably making, like, my guess is for her, she's probably making about $200 a thousand. Okay. So 29 times 200, right? I mean, she's probably making, like, I mean, you can look at it. There's a thing. Hold on. Let me see. There's a stats thing. Candace Owens. Okay, so Candace Owens in this chat. Okay. So this one right here, we sat down. So what happened? So Candace Owens, right? Go to Playboard. She made $7,600 in super chats during that stream. Okay, Candace Owens did. And this one stream, just the super chats. Now, we don't know what the ad revenue is on this, but she made $7,000 just from the super chats. Okay? And in this one, right? This one, she made $3,200 just from super chats. That's not counting memberships. That's just the super chats. Okay? So those are tracked. Okay, now $7,000 from the super chats, but it's an hour-long video, probably an average watch time of like 20 minutes. So there's ad revenue on that too, which is probably, you know, I'm guessing her ad revenue is probably about probably about 15,000. I think in the neighborhood of $15,000 to $30,000 in ad revenue. Okay. So she probably made about $30,000 that day, right? Give or take, right? That's a rough estimate, you know what I'm saying? So you can't really do it. You can't really do it exaggerated. You're in the wrong business, but yeah, but it's like you have to work for years though to do that. Like that is the thing about YouTube, guys. is YouTube has no ceiling, okay? There's no ceiling in YouTube, but it also can all go away, right? If you don't do it right, if you make the wrong choices, you can ruin your viewership. You can go from like she could literally, it's for an hour of work, but it's for an hour of work after, 8 years of working, right? It was 8 years of strategically working to now she's making that in an hour. But you also work several years for free. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But there is no ceiling, though, which is one of the good things about YouTube, is if you can get that big. But dude, she got, she had Kanye West like boosted her, like she's had some star power, right? Without Kanye West, she's never going to have this 5 million subs. Okay. You know what I mean? And right. So it wasn't really controllable. She got very lucky. And yeah, Bradshaw, I don't really look at Social Blade. Okay. Social Blade is deceptive. Social Blade's numbers. And let me tell you why Social Blade's numbers are deceptive. Because Social Blade doesn't track actual super chats. Social Blade doesn't count the difference between shorts views and live views. So Social Blade will show a combine of shorts and long form videos, and then it puts out this guess. But Social Blade is like wildly inaccurate. It gives you this crazy fucking range. But I mean, I'm telling you, as somebody who's like YouTubing, I think like she's probably making anywhere from from $12,000 to $30,000 a day. But she's definitely, even with this one, 3,700 in super chats, plus she had memberships, plus ad revenue. Like I guarantee you she made 10 grand. She's making at least 10 grand every one of these days. And often, like, you know what I'm saying? Right? Gemini says for a 1 hour stream, 4 million views. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's like, it depends on the super chats, but she's making a lot. I mean, she is making millions of dollars, Can I compare it to my estimate? I mean, so that's what my estimates work out is I make roughly $5 a thousand for views. And then I make roughly $20 a thousand on live views, right? Because people are donating. And it depends though. Some days are more and some days it's less. But for me, it averages out to about, if I have a stream that gets 5,000 views, I'm going to make roughly $100 in roughly, it'll be anywhere from 100 to 180, depending on how much people donate, right? You know what I mean? But see, her money though is live. Like live is more profitable than the edited videos. The edited videos are pretty consistent. You know what I'm saying? Are pretty consistent. Oh, if we look at her on Social Blade, like, right? Like Candace Owens, we look at her YouTube statistics and you look at her, what day was that video? That video was the one with 3.7 million views. So look at this. This is her, right? What video, what day was the video? Let's go back and let me find the video. It was yesterday. So it was December 17th. Okay. But so this says for December 17th, it says 5.69 million and it says 200 to 3.3K, right? But like, that's way off, right? That's way the fuck off. Okay. She, like, even if this was just straight YouTube videos, 5 million views of, like, if you had a video get 5 million views, politics, like a 6-minute watch time, it's going to be about $5 a thousand. So that would be about, right? It would be, it would be roughly $3,000 right? For a $5 million straight YouTube video. So that's the estimate here, is that this is a 5 million view video would be about $3,000. But hers was 4 million of that was live. So that is like, she made 7,000 just from her super chats. You know what I mean? So, and so it's like hard to gauge, right? But she is definitely making roughly 300 grand a month. Okay. You know, but yeah, it's fucking, you know, she's banking. But now, guys, so is Erica Kirk, guys. Okay. Erica Kirk is making way more. Okay. TPUSA raked in like 100. TPUSA raked in like 100 fucking, right? TPUSA ranked 100 million, right? I mean, let me look at something here, guys. Okay. Okay. So look at this. So let's look at mine here. Okay. Now, right? This says estimated earnings, right? Of like, let's look at one of these days. So if we look at, it says Wednesday, the 10th. Okay. It says my estimated earnings were $11 to $169 on Wednesday, the 10th. Right? But my actual earnings on Wednesday the 10th were $354. Okay? And it says I made 11 to 169, but I actually made 354. Okay? This estimates my monthly earnings at 300 to 5,000. And right now, I'm probably averaging like 7,000 with a little bit higher. So Social Blade is low for some, and right, it's definitely feels like it's on the low side, right? For sure. You know what I mean? But yeah, I made double what it estimated I made on that day, right? But I produced 7 videos, right? I mean, it's a lot of work though. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, dude, but I work probably about 14 hours a day. I think maybe 16. So that is, you know, I'm making about $20 an hour. I think 1.3 million. Yeah, no, it's good. Now guys, I'm making a little more though, because like you guys are very generous. Everybody like donates daily, and people, I have pretty long watch time because I do like 20-minute videos. So I'm definitely making more 1,000 than a lot of creators because I have a really like loyal audience that watches deep into the video, and I'm streaming. You make more money streaming than you do on regular videos. But let's look at this clip, shall we? We're going to go out on this clip. We went way long. All right. Here's Candace Owens, though. Look at this. People are super chatting her. People may call this dumb, but Candace looking to the right too much. Mikey phone call doesn't add up with her timeline. And what the fuck are you putting the plain debunking on website and not on YouTube? Fuentes, if you see this, please expose who this actor is and who funds her. You have the green light. Wow, this breaks my heart. This is just word salad. She is rambling. And to say, but you are not passing the vibe check. The market is always right. And the chat is overwhelmingly saying that you are not the same. Oh, dude, the super chats. Let's watch it.
I am, just to say this, very happy that we are on much better feet and that we have opened the lines of communication. I do genuinely think that Justin Strife did a great job reffing that conversation. Yes.
Dude, you let us down. Our only hope purchase lost us. We provide biohazard cleanup service in Texas. Dude, Dude, and Crisis Care paid $500. This is like a sponsorship. Like, what the fuck, bro? Hummingbird Heartbeat, Candace, if you back down, I'm never supporting you again. I won't support someone I don't trust. I will block your content on every platform. Holy shit. Have the courage to tell the truth. As if they can't make up the call logs, Candace. Seriously, after all they've lied about already, just believe them. This is pathetic.
Yesterday, and I also do want to shout out Megyn Kelly because this was going. We were trying to make this happen in the background.
Oh, dude.
Really, since Blake.
You kissed the gaudy ring. Fake. You will not outsmart your fans. We make your living. You believed a call log they probably made up. Put a $ in chat if you think she sold out.
Fumbled the first invite. And thank you. That's in large part because of you guys at home that were like, what the F was that? And I think that they got enough flack that they were like, okay, we got to fix this.
What's happening? This is weird. Genuinely doesn't make sense. You're obfuscating what the conversation was trying to talk to Erica. Dude, funny how you won't say what TPUSA said during the meeting. How can we believe you now? Are you compromised? Why are you blinking so much? Why did they make it a private conversation rather than a live video? Yeah, dude. I mean, but look at this though, guys. They're paying money to say this. Like, you see that? That's the thing. They're paying money to have this shit get seen.
But I want to commend him for making that happen, for being the person that, you know, kind of rolled up his sleeves and was like, okay, let's actually make a conversation happen and start answering some questions, which I think was done well. And Megyn Kelly, who was initially going to, when we were going to live.
Dude, most confusing video you've done. You've not touched the main bases. You're stuttering too much. Word salad and hummus. Secondhand embarrassed watching the humiliation ritual. Guys, I think it could be aliens or she is Mossad now.
Live streamed the conversation before the Barry Weiss moment. Megyn Kelly.
Time to move on. Did you get bought out by Hush Hush? You seem scared. Not one single verifiable fact in this episode. Charlie is alive. She's too happy to have been blackmailed. Now look at that. They're running with the fucking conspiracy.
Offered to ref that conversation. I felt like she would have done a very good job. I do think that she has kept it very even. She has not been hysterical and it's demonic, it's evil. How dare Candace?
Now that Candace starts talking common sense, her fans are blaming her for being sold out. You're blinking way too much. I have not been paying attention to the blinking, but you have nothing. Go watch Turkey Tom. He shows the evidence clearly. You spitting on Charlie's grave was a nothing burger. I don't know, no, but I know what you hiding.
And I appreciated that. She has said, I don't agree with Candace, but I also don't think that she's doing this because she's been possessed by a demon. I
mean, she is blinking a lot. The shit feels fake, Candace. How much they paid you, Candace. Dude, they're shredding her.
These things, and I do. And I have a right to believe those things. And I don't feel any differently about the people that I mentioned on the show that I think are shady at Turning Point USA.
She's not looking at the camera at all. She's looking away constantly. The vibe is off. We're rooting for you. I mean, guys, one thing I will say, okay, is I don't know about the I don't know about the looking away thing, but if you look at these videos, right? If you do look at her lives, there is absolutely, she does normally look at the camera a lot.
We're gonna lose the
right? She does look at the camera normally
leading up to his death,
right? I mean, she's still blinking a lot, but she is very much camera focused, okay? But I think she's reading stuff off a teleprompter, okay? Now, her looking away could simply mean she doesn't have shit prepared, but I mean, her vibe is different. I mean, look at how, just with no sound, look at how, like assured she is here. Right? I'm assured. I'm telling you like it is. I am delivering this news. Now look at this one. We're going to take the sound off. Look at this one. She's hesitant. She's reticent. She is smaller. Okay? Now, let me just say, as a director, okay, I have some awards back there. I used to direct TV commercials and shit. I've done a little TV. As a director, a lot of times you look at auditions and you turn the sound off. And you know why you turn the sound off is you turn it off to see their demeanor, to see their body English, and to see what emotion they're radiating. Now, one thing I notice in the difference here is this one, she is like forward, powerful, like confident movements. Her face is like delivering to you. It's very self-assured. I am delivering my sermon, my speech, my information, right? You can see the confidence in her body language. And when you look at her here, she is like much smaller, much more hesitant and reticent and slow delivering. She's not like, I had this meeting, we've cleared everything up. It's definitely a little bit of a different vibe, you know? But, dude, you're saying you trusted everything she told you, and that's the end of it, right? So essentially, you're saying you trusted everything she told you. You aren't going to provide her direct responses to direct questions about the autopsy, covering up crime scene, hand signals, no aid given, etc. She's not looking at the camera. She looks away constant. Why are you so smiley about... Dude! Oh, shit, bro! Right? Oh, Lord. All right. Dude, the rabbit hole, I mean, dude, I don't know, guys. I just think this, guys. Her having the meeting in secret with her lawyer on the phone, like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I mean, the fans are nitpicking, but it's because of the situation, okay? Her fans are filled with conspiracy. So if Candace has the secret meeting, her fans now are going to think she's part of the conspiracy. She's bought off. Okay? Something, I mean, having the meeting in secret, 4.5 hours, the lawyer was there. Like, bro, there's, you know, there's no way this goes forward from here. Like I feel like she's definitely ruined some of her credibility. Now though, the question is, what is the grift? I think, guys, it's tied to they want her to not destroy the midterms. That's what they want. Candace, keep Charlie relevant, make us like, don't destroy the midterms and don't ruin the TPUSA brand. And TPUSA made like 100 mil. They have more money than they've ever had in the history of their organization. They've never had as much money. Like Erica Kirk just made off like a bandit. And now I got to go make videos, dude. I do. I got to go, guys. I'm already, dude. I went an hour and a half over. Oh, shit. Dance party. Did I miss a dono? All right. Who'd I miss? I missed. Dude, let's go. Dude, Bruce. Let's go, baby. Bruce said, I paid money to have this scene. Thank you, Bruce. Let's go, baby. Appreciate you, boss. Oh, shit. Thank you, Bruce. Dude, you paid money to have it seen. Let's go. Appreciate you, Bruce. You're the man. There it is. For everybody who's wondering, there it is right there, dude. Bruce. Let's go, baby. One more for Bruce since he got missed. Oh. Oh, man, dude. Relevant. It is, dude. We love it. Ooh. Dude, let's go. All right, you ready? You ready for a little deja vu? Dude, we appreciate you, Bruce. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Somebody asked about my tooth. I have a temporary crown on. I am getting that tooth fixed Friday. I will have my permanent crown put in Friday morning. somebody did sideswipe my car this evening, so my car is fucked up. So that happened. An 80-year-old woman just plowed into my parked car, and I'm not sure if it's drivable. So that's a little fucked up. But, all right. All right, you ready? All right. All right. All right. Time to dance, baby. Time for a little deja vu. Oh, shit. I don't know how good this one's going to be because I'm a little tired. Your credibility is already in the trash can. Thank you. Thank you, Ron. Appreciate that. Let's go, dude. Haruna, let's go. Dude, yeah, 4:30 a.m. dance party. Again, January 1st, we're moving to 8 p.m., guys. We are switching time slots, okay? January 1st, we're moving to 8 to 11 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, okay? All right? We're going to, like, where there's more eyes, and who knows, maybe eventually one day you might even see me in the daytime. But, yeah, we're moving to 8 to 11 p.m. January 1st. We're seeking the next growth, like, spurt is to go, you know, take our show in front of more eyes, okay? No more late nights. There will be the occasional late night, like maybe on a weekend, like I might do a Friday night or something, or if I have plans that evening, there will be occasionally times where there will be late nights, but it will not be a regular late night thing. It's going to be a regular, a little bit earlier, okay? I gotta expand, guys. It gotta expand in 2026. I got a kid living in New York. I am a vampire, but I'm still gonna be editing all night. But the goal is, guys, is twofold. All right. It's like I have a kid now living in New York, and so obviously I'm needing to help him get established. So I need like more eyes to be able to grow the stream. And if I can start the stream earlier, I can make more videos every night because I want to increase the number of videos from 2 to 3 today to like 3 to 5 per day. So the idea is an earlier stream, and I will still be going to bed at I'll be going to bed at like 6 in the morning instead of 9 in the morning. So I'll see the early news thing. I'll get up at like 2 in the afternoon, but I will have had multiple videos already in the morning when it's the busy video watching time. So the idea is to get 3 or 4 videos done and in the daytime before I wake up, right? And to reach more eyeballs all around, right? Because you always have to, like, if you're not going to die, you have to, like, grow. And do I ever chat in voice on Discord? Not really. I'll be honest, guys. I'll be honest. Like, my thing is this, and just so to explain to you, like the same way I did it with Fortnite, is because of the nature of like canceling and craziness that occurs with public figures. How we cancel campaigns get started against us all the time. So, in general, I do all my interactions with people in the public eye of being on stream. Like the same way I did when I was a Fortnite streamer. I did all my teammate interactions with the young people that I played with on stream. So that shit is live and everything we talk about is accountable. Because if you start having private Discord chats with people, or then that's when people start claiming, oh, he said this or he did this. And so I keep all my interactions with people that aren't like sort of established in the industry in public. I don't do what Erica and fucking Candace Owens did, because that's how you start shit, right? You know what I mean? So no, I don't do Discord calls unless they're on stream, right? Right? Unless it's with like family or like known entities. Right? Oh, dude. I just developed that being a Fortnite streamer because everyone I was interacting with were like young, you know what I'm saying? So there was no way I was going to have like Discord calls with fucking young people off the record. Like, not a chance, dude. That'd just be weird, right? I wouldn't want my son talking to a 50-year-old streamer in a private Discord chat, right? Dude, like, no way, man. Yeah. Dude, like, nah, bro. Like, if my son was like talking to some fucking Asmon Gold or some shit in a private Discord chat, I would be like, bro, I'm shutting that shit down real quick. When my son was in high school, like, no way, dude. You know what I mean? Like, oh, fuck. Not a chance, dude. Dude, he touched my pee-pee. Don't. No. Dude, you touched my pee-pee. Let's go. Oh, let's go. Hey, Seattle Jen. Yeah, no, we can always use fucking mods. All right. All right, guys, you ready? Let's go. Let's get our dance on. Woo. Yeah, you got to protect yourself. You got to be smart. In this business, as an entertainer, you got to be smart, guys. And the bigger you get, right? The bigger you get, the crazier they come after you, dude. Like, that's kind of what happens. You build people. I mean, you see it with the woman in Target. She says something to that old lady, and now they're trying to get her fired, right? Yeah. You gotta watch your fucking back, bro. Always. Like, people are trying to cancel you. Dude, I have people right now, guys, that are fucking, they mass report me like all the time, dude. I get mass reported like once a fucking week, bro. And people like send me shit saying they're trying to get me banned on Twitter. They're trying to get me banned on YouTube. Some of these gamer kids are still trying to fucking mass report my shit, right? Like, months later, I'll have videos get tagged for shit and the monetization removed. And then I have to go and fucking, you know, like, get it verified or put it through a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's constantly, right? It's like a constant fucking, you know, dude, because of the gaming, I'll always have a target on my back. But all right, here we go. Let's get it going. Let's go. Oh.
Say, but I've known, been here before.
Thank you guys. That's a long one. I gotta go. I love you. We're gonna go make some videos. I will fucking see you guys tomorrow. All right? Keep it real. Take care of your head. We're gonna survive this. And I'm out. Good night.
Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? I've got no place to be alone, my friend. He cut his wrist instead. There's your answer. You better save yourself, or else nothing like success. I would rather be in hell than regret. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Oh, do you need anything like I need you? No, I do. Denial. These are not my words. Tell me where are mine? Most of the time, wet my face with reality and permit me to breathe before I do it again. Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you? Do you need anything like I need you? It's over. Do you need anything like I need you?